Test 1 2 1 2. And Vicki Liz, you ready?
Sorry.
Ready? To just start. Okay. Satish, you ready? You ready, Donna?
Yeah.
Okay. Town Manager Brut Zudema, ready to begin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Good evening. I call this November 14th meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Thank you to those watching via live stream and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. On November 17th, a video of this meeting will be uploaded to www.morrisvillenc.gov/government. Recognition of our Sergeant at Arms, Officer Ken Kurtz. Officer Kurtz has nearly 30 years of law enforcement experience, 24 years with the town of Morrisville. He has assisted patrol, served for 10 years as a SORT team member, and participated in multiple Governor's Highway Safety Program initiatives. We appreciate him being with us here this evening. I will deliver tonight's invocation. We celebrated Veterans Day and Diwali over the weekend. Our armed services have for centuries protected us from darkness, and Diwali is the celebration of the victory of light over darkness. May we, as an elected body, embrace our shared values of dedication, integrity, courtesy, and innovation to persevere on our mission and achieve our vision to help Morrisville be a sustainable and thriving community that celebrates diversity and inclusion while enhancing the well-being of people who live, learn, work, and play here in Morrisville. As was the theme of last night's State of the Way County, we are better together, and our residents appear to agree as they chose to keep these 7 people as their representatives once again. If you are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Would anyone like to address this body at this time? No. I would entertain a motion to adopt this evening's agenda.
I move that we adopt this evening's agenda.
Second.
I have a motion in a couple of seconds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously, 6-0. 7-0, actually, sorry. There are 2 items on this evening's consent agenda, a resolution and capital project ordinance amendment authorizing a 3rd amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding with Wake County for a joint public works facility solid waste convenience center. That seems really like a run-on sentence. And an MOU authorizing fire protection and equipment sharing. Would any council member like to remove either of those items for discussion before we vote? Is there a motion to adopt this evening's consent agenda?
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that also carries unanimously, 7-0. We have 5 presentations tonight. Proclamations recognizing Lung Cancer Awareness Month, a Small Business Saturday, and World Pancreatic Cancer Day, an FY 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Audit Presentation, and a Fund Balance Presentation. Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson will read the first proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. So this proclamation is to recognize Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas acknowledging the resilience and bravery of individuals impacted by lung cancer is crucial. And whereas several elements can lead to a lung cancer diagnosis, including exposure to radon or secondhand smoke, a family history of cancer, and environmental pollutants. And whereas in both the United States and North Carolina, lung cancer stands as the primary cause of cancer-related deaths for both men and women. Its impact surpasses that of colon cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas although the 5-year survival rate for localized lung cancer is 60%, sadly, only 24% of lung cancer cases are identified at this early stage. And whereas Screening for lung cancer in high-risk individuals can lead to the earlier detection of lung cancer and save lives. And whereas funding allocated to lung cancer research significantly lags behind that of many other cancers, there is a pressing need for additional research, particularly in the areas of early diagnosis, screening, and treatment for lung cancer. And whereas organizations operating in North Carolina, like the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative and the Women's Lung Cancer Forum, are dedicated to raising awareness about lung cancer and its screening. They actively strive to enhance lung cancer screening rates within the state. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby proclaim November 2023 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in North Carolina, recognizes the need for research in lung cancer, and encourages residents to educate themselves about lung cancer and early detection methods, including lung cancer screening. Signed by T.J. Cawley, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rabati will read the next proclamation from here and then invite some special guests to the front to receive it.
Proclamation recognizing Small Business Saturday. Whereas Small Business Saturday is an annual event devoted to championing small businesses and communities nationwide. Established by American Express in 2010, this occasion is observed every year on the Saturday following Thanksgiving, and Morrisville, North Carolina takes great pride in acknowledging and honoring our local small businesses for their priceless contributions to both our community and economy. And whereas in 2022, Morrisville received a $300,000 grant from the U.S. Small Business Administration, USSBA, to pilot a small business program for 2 years. The program was designed to provide microgrants, educational, and support programming to small businesses within Morrisville. In its first year, this program awarded 28 microgrants, facilitated and participated in community events, and worked with community partners to serve the small business community. And whereas the Morrisville Chamber of Commerce promotes businesses, enhances economic and community development, and serves as a champion for improving quality of life within Morrisville and the surrounding region. It currently serves 276 businesses, providing membership services such as meeting space, social media promotion, job advertising, and engagement opportunities. And whereas there are approximately 303 small businesses within Morrisville, many owned and operated by entrepreneurs from across the world who dare to dream. These small businesses provide not only Morrisville, but the greater region with over 19 different countries of cuisine, several schools of dance teaching children and adults alike about Indian culture, a robust beauty and wellness industry, and artisanal retail. These small businesses facilitate not only the economic benefit to the town, but a cultural exchange that enriches the quality of our lives. And whereas when you invest your money within your community, the sales tax you contribute goes toward funding public education, maintaining parks, improving streets, and supporting essential services such as firefighting and public safety. And whereas supporting small local businesses guarantees the preservation of Morrisville's distinctive character while simultaneously offering employment opportunities for its residents. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday in the Town of Morrisville. We urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. And I believe we have Rose Cornelius here to receive the proclamation. And did you bring anybody with you, Rose?
Sarah Ellis also come up from our staff.
Oh, hi, Sarah. I didn't even see you there. Hey, come on up. Huh? Come on, don't act like you don't know the drill, Rose. Right in the middle. Congratulations, and thank you very much for everything you do for the town. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words, Rose?
Just a few words. Always have a few words to say. Thank you to this town council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, all of you, for your proclaiming November 25th as Small Business Saturday. Thank you for support of small businesses in this community. Now, I have to say, this town council goes beyond the call of duty concerning our business community. They show up, they eat at the restaurants, they shop locally, they're at the ribbon cuttings, they're there to hear what business owners have to say. So that's going beyond the call of duty, and I commend all of you for that. It means a lot. Now, a few months ago, the Morrisville Chamber of Commerce, in partnership with the town, hosted a small business forum for dozens of small business owners. And to become more stable, to get the financing they needed, and to learn how to hire people to staff their businesses. We're planning similar programming in 2024. Working together, supporting our small businesses, we are building a stronger community. So I encourage everyone to shop local and think small business on Saturday, November 25th. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bruce.
That's it.
I'd like to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I just wanted to say a huge thank you, and I have my notebook here because small business has been such a collaboration across departments that I just wanted to say thanks to communications, parks, recreation, and cultural resources, planning, inspections, fire, and finance, who have all lent their staff to us to help, which has been a wonderful collaboration. So thank you to the chamber as well.
To reiterate a lot of what Rose said, the partnership between all of us, like Sarah said, has been truly immense, and we've been really appreciative of all the work the council has done in collaboration with Congressman Ross's office and the SBA to provide us with the opportunity to do this work, and we look forward to continuing this work moving forward. And also to Rose's point, there has not been a day, I think, when we've gone out to visit that we have not run into a business owner and said, oh yes, one of the council members was just here. So they are truly involved in the community, and we encourage you all to shop local, especially this holiday season. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson will read the final proclamation of the evening.
So this proclamation is very dear to me, and normally in any other town, I'd be the one accepting it. But I have the honor tonight of reading it and accepting it as the chair of the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network Raleigh-Durham affiliate. And so this proclamation is recognizing World Pancreatic Cancer Day. You just heard about lung cancer as the #1 cause of cancer deaths in this country. Pancreatic cancer is the third leading cause, and the second leading cause is colorectal cancer. So this proclamation recognizing World Pancreatic Cancer Day. Whereas in 2023, an estimated 64,050 people in the United States will be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, one of the deadliest cancers, and approximately 50,550 people will die from the disease. Whereas pancreatic cancer is the third leading cause of cancer death in the United States, and it is projected to become the second leading cause by 2030. And whereas compared to the other major cancers, pancreatic cancer has the lowest 5-year survival rate at just 12%. And whereas pancreatic cancer is the 7th most common cause of cancer-related deaths in men and women across the world. And whereas when symptoms of pancreatic cancer present themselves, it is generally in later stages, and 88% of pancreatic cancer patients die within the first year of their diagnosis. And whereas there will be an estimated 558,000 new pancreatic cancer cases diagnosed worldwide in 2025, and whereas the good health and well-being of the residents of Morrisville are enhanced as a direct result of increased awareness about pancreatic cancer and research into early detection, causes, and effective treatments. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby designate November 16th, 2023 as World Pancreatic Cancer Day in the Town of Morrisville and urges residents to actively participate in raising awareness about pancreatic cancer, supporting research initiatives, and advocating for early detection and effective treatments. Together, we can enhance the well-being of our community and make a meaningful difference in the lives of those affected by this disease, fostering hope and progress. And so, thank you. Council knows I lost my father 22 years ago to pancreatic cancer, and as dire as the statistics I just read are, they have improved in those 22 years. Of course, not as much as we want. And so, those of you that may be affected by pancreatic cancer today, the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is there for you. pancan.org is the organization I volunteer with. Please reach out to me or go to pancan.org. And I am honored when folks reach out to me that I can help them in this journey of a pancreatic cancer diagnosis, so do not hesitate. We always say in our world, in our purple world, because purple is our color, our purple family, we always say, if you don't know somebody diagnosed with pancreatic cancer today, you most likely will in your lifetime. So thank you for the opportunity to read this.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Elmsley, Finance Director, will facilitate the next two presentations.
To be here with you this evening to share our audit experience in preparation of the annual comprehensive financial report known as the ACFR for fiscal year 23. This past fiscal year, we've been implementing a new module called the ACFR Statement Builder, which we had planned to use to prepare our fiscal year 23 ACFR. This program is embedded in with the Governmental Accounting Standard Board, the GASB, and it will assist us with reporting our process. We ended up having to do a hybrid process this year, and where we used the module, Microsoft Word, and Excel spreadsheets to produce the fiscal year 23 ACFR. But we're rooting to do this for next year, and I can say that it was a tough road to hoe, but we persevered. In addition to the ACFR Statement Builder, we had to implement a new GASB pronouncement called GASB 96, and it's regarding the accounting and reporting of subscription-based information technology arrangements, known as SABITA. We had very little guidance from the Local Government Commission, the LGC, also from the Government Finance Officers Association, and at GASB, the Governmental Standards Board. But I will say we did have help from our auditors, and so that did help us with our implementation. But it did require a significant amount of staff hours, similar to the implementation that we had to do last year for GASB 87 for leases. I would like to publicly thank the members of my finance department for their hard work, their thoroughness, and their dedication. Not only did they help keep the daily operations running, but they also stepped up to help with that audit preparation of information. I particularly want to recognize April Dara. She is our financial systems manager, and Casey Langley, our controller, who was unable to be with us this evening. But I want to thank them for their efforts because they really were leading that implementation process. And it's been a very heavy lift, and I wanted to recognize them for their talents and their time. But again, a big thank you to my staff. I really appreciate all that they do. Once again, our audit was conducted remotely, and we were using a portal where we would communicate back and forth between our auditors with Sherry Beckert. And I'm very pleased to let Town Council know that there were no period 13 adjusting entries from our auditors, and they gave us a clean audit opinion. A copy of the audit presentation is in front of all of you, and it was by April Adams, who's the engagement partner, and so that's available to you. We will also post the electronic report of the fiscal year 23 ACFR, and it'll be on the town's website by tomorrow. And at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to April Adams, who will talk more about the audit process and their findings.
Thank you, Nancy. Good evening. I am excited to be here to give you the results of the audit, the hard-fought audit and financial statement prep. Let's see. What I'd like to cover with you tonight is obviously the results of the audit itself. There is also, as a part of an audit, quite a bit of required communications that, because we perform the audit for the board. You guys hire us, not Nancy, even though we work with her the whole time to get it done. But you hire us and we report to you. So there's just a bunch of communications that I'm going to go through with you tonight. But overall, the message is that it's a good, clean report. So as she mentioned, I'm April Adams. I'm the engagement partner. We did have a team of folks at Cherry Becker help us execute the audit. Albert served as the manager, and he was new to the engagement this year. Not new to Cherry Becker, but new to the engagement. And then Carly was a returning member and helped execute the audit. And then Daniel Goggerty serves as a second reviewer. So every audit that Cherry Becker performs is required to have a second partner level individual review that report before it goes out, and so he served that purpose and role on the team. The results of the audit itself, as we completed it and dated it November 9th, 2023, it is a clean audit. We gave you unmodified opinions on all 4 opinions that are included within that report. That's the highest level of assurance we can give you as an audit firm, that your financial statements are free from material misstatement and that you're administering all those grants in compliance with the compliance requirements. All right, let's see. For the single audit, this is all the federal and state dollars that the town spends during the year. We identify certain programs to test for the direct and material compliance requirements. We did that for the coronavirus local and state fiscal recovery funds, also known as ARPA funds. We audited those this year, as well as POW bill, which is the funding that you receive from the state, mostly for streets and sidewalks and those types of things. No findings identified during that testing. For internal controls, there's a lot of words on this slide. Basically, what it is we're lift the words out of the opinion, but what we're telling you is that we don't opine on internal controls, but we do a whole lot of work during the audit on internal controls. And so from that work, we are required to report to you if we identified any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. Within that work, I'm happy to report we didn't report any internal control issues in our report. And so we feel like all the transactions and policies or procedures in place are capturing all the activity of the town throughout the year. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements, another way to say this is adjusting journal entries or period 13 entries. From the time that Nancy and her team give us a trial balance, we are required to report to you any adjustments that are less than trivial. And so we didn't have any adjustments, which again leads to the conclusion that your policies and procedures are properly capturing all the activity, financial activity of the town throughout the year. So good results there. The next couple of slides talk about qualitative aspects of accounting practices. These are things that we're required, again, to report to you. The first one would be any changes in accounting standards or significant changes in accounting policies. Nancy's already told you about that. They implemented the GASB 96 for the subscription for software is the easier way to say that. And so what you'll see is that we added, or the town added an asset for the right to use those software, as well as a liability for what you guys are on the hook for as far as an agreement to pay out in the future. This slide covers related party transactions. If we had identified any significant related party transactions, we would have been required as your audit firm to look and make sure that those were accounted for correctly. We don't have any significant related party transactions identified, so we'll move on. Similar with significant unusual transactions, if there had been one identified, we would be wanting to make sure that that was accounted for correctly, as the town would not be familiar with how to do that necessarily. Depending on the transaction. So we didn't identify one, so we didn't have any extra testing there. Significant estimates, it's important for us to identify what those are within your financial statements, because they are based on management's best estimate during, as of June 30th. And so the biggest ones to pay attention to here are your benefits for your retirees, so pension and your health insurance that you provide as your employees retire. And so those are based on information provided to the actuary, and then the actuary will calculate those amounts. So there's a lot of estimating within all that. So that's the biggest estimates you have on your financial statements. This is here just to bring your attention if there were disclosures in your financial statements that we felt were significant or unusual or hard to interpret and understand. We would be highlighting those here for you to pay special attention to as you're reviewing your financial report. that everything we believe, you can pick up your financial statements, read them, and understand them with ease. As your independence auditor, we are required to maintain independence throughout the engagement. And so we evaluate that obviously up front before we get in and agree to be your auditor, but then throughout the process, if we do any kind of performance of non-attest services, which is anything but the audit, we have to consider whether it would impair our independence. And basically it means like, are we gonna be doing a management function by performing that procedure? The only thing we do is we actually prepare the data collection form, which is where we report, the town reports to the federal government the results of the audit of the federal dollars that they expended, as well as which expenditures they had. And so we prepare it based off of the information in the financial report. Nancy reviews it. We both sign off electronically. So we don't think that impairs our independence. Let's see. All right, the next two slides, I'm going to move through really quick because I don't think there's a big story to tell here, but these are just, again, those required communications. We didn't encounter any difficulties during the audit. We didn't have any disagreements with management. We did not consult any other auditors during our audit on any kind of technical matter. This one is important. We do obtain what we call a management representation letter. This is a letter that's signed by management. It's basically noting that there is a whole bunch of stuff as a part of the audit that we're relying upon what management told us and provided us. So our opinion kind of rests on what that is stated in that representation letter, what's been provided. We're not aware that management consulted any other accountants or accounting firms on any specific knowledge, technical opportunity. We didn't have any other findings or other issues that we feel like we need to report to you. While our audit is not designed for fraud or illegal acts to find those specifically, if we come across them during our audit, we are required to bring those to your attention. We don't have anything to report related to that. And then going concern. We do have to evaluate any entity that we audit, whether it will be here a year from now, and we feel like the town will be here a year from now. This slide just covers how our opinion lays out across the financial statements themselves. Basically, the supplementary information or the fund statements that are in the back, what we're saying here is that our opinion in relation to the opinion of the statements up front also covers those statements because they tie back. The second orange box is telling you that the required supplementary information, the management discussion analysis that's included in that report, as well as the 10-year information on your pension and OPEB information, we don't actually opine on those, but we do look at them and review them and make sure they don't contradict what we are reporting and opining on within the statements. All right, last slide. Upcoming changes for GASB. The first one, Accounting 100, this would only be if the town decides to change how they account for something that they would have the option of how they account for it. Very not likely to happen. Or if they were to find an error in next year on this current year audit or prior information that needs to be booked, and this tells us exactly how to account for that or report it in the statements. GASB 101, that's a little more tricky. We have a break next year. There's no, that's not for till 2025, but we're going to have to figure out how to record and how much to record of the sick leave for your employees is actually going to be paid out in cash in the future versus received as a service credit. So right now there's no liability on the books for that, but that standard is requiring that sick leave to now be recorded and considered. And that's it. I'll be glad to take any questions.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Rabati, please.
I have to keep turning on my mic off and on, off and on. Okay, I think we got it. First of all, Nancy, congratulations to you and your team. I know that audits are always kind of nerve-wracking because you work so hard and you want to prove, that you've been doing the good work that you have. And it's really amazing to see no findings or no recommendations or, that you've been working with new regulations and adapting as forward. So we thank April and Cherry Beckert for helping you adjust to those new regulations, and there's more to come, looks like, with the compensation one. But I had a question specifically around the reporting that you're doing this year with hybrid approach. Next year, when you go full automated, I guess, would the way that you're being audited change, or would that be easier to exchange information for auditing? Because if you're doing a hybrid approach now, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I think for her, it will be a lot easier because as she adjusts numbers, it will adjust automatically within the system, and instead of having to do some manual adjustments at the end here.
Because it's all based on the trial balance, and the
Okay.
trial balance is what we provide to the auditors. So that's the beauty of this new system, is that what we have in the general ledger is very transparent, and it will be what we provide to them, and that's what you're ticking and tying to and
Right,
checking.
but we are required, regardless of how she creates that report,
Right,
to make
right.
sure that it ties back to that
Right.
trial balance.
It'll just be quicker to have a
We hope.
refresh.
That's the
That's the-
intention.
yeah.
But we still will have to do conversion, I think, by manually, but so we'll see. And
Well,
conversion is when we go from cash accrual to a modified accrual to a full accrual. So it's an iterative process. And that, I think, we're still going to have to rely on our Excel spreadsheets, but we'll see what the builder can do for us. We
Well-
weren't able to test that.
Well, I'm looking forward to an even smoother experience for the town next year. That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Rabati, please.
Thank you.
Same thing year after year, but it's still fantastic. You do a great job, and so does your staff. I had a couple questions. One of them was on slide 14, auditor consultation. So I see that there were no matters that are difficult or contentious. If there was a matter, I guess I don't understand what type of matter would be difficult or contentious.
I mean, it would have to be something out of the box that Cherry Becker isn't familiar with or doesn't have the specialty for, but we specialize in government auditing, so that's, in this scenario, it's probably very unlikely. I had a client years ago that got into selling gypsum, and so yeah, like, it just has to be something very unusual that we would need to consult another auditor on how to account for.
The second question I had was in relation to carrying the sick leave on the books. I know you said that sick it would be part of the audit. How much sick leave had to be paid out, or what was the other option?
So as the employees here are allowed to be part of the local government retirement system, they are allowed to use some of that sick leave towards their service credit. So that part you would never pay out in cash, and it's also already included as part of your liability for pensions. So we just want to make sure those aren't double counted in that liabilities. But as you can imagine, that's probably a tough number to estimate of how many of your employees are not going to use that sick leave, and it'll get used as credit for service. So we're just going to have to look at some historical state data probably to base that.
And then the last question I have is, I know you said that this audit wasn't designed to uncover fraud or other, not that I know there's no fraud or other mishandling of funds, obviously, but when you say the audit isn't designed to uncover that, I actually thought that was the purpose of the audit.
Yeah.
Could you maybe just explain that to me, and also how would that actually be uncovered?
Yeah, so if you can imagine, the financial statement audit is to make sure that your statements are free from material misstatements. So when I say that, that means that we're coming in and testing things on a sample basis or getting enough assurance to where we feel comfortable that they wouldn't be materially misstated. So that means there can be things wrong in this book and as things are accounted for during the year, but we've done enough work to get that assurance that we think it's mostly correct. A fraud audit is where you would have to be very targeted at what it is or where you think the fraud is occurring, and you would have to be testing that stuff 100%. You couldn't come in and sample things. You would have to target it specifically to what it is to get that assurance that you've tested for fraud. So it's way different. That's why I love having that on the slide, because it makes it very clear that we report it if we find it, but we're not in there looking for it specifically.
I appreciate that clarification. I just wondered if you said. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Thanks, April. I think this is really excellent. I had a question with the new General Assembly rule that they have the right to audit any towns and cities. Will this audit suffice for them, or they usually come out for something else?
So we do perform this audit in accordance with the GS 159, which is the statute for, what is it, the Budget and Fiscal Control
That's
Act.
it.
And that's what requires the audit to be completed 4 months after year end.
No, I meant to say the new rule that came in, like, with the budget, that now the General Assembly has authority to go and do audits to any towns and cities.
Where the state auditor would be able to do that?
Brandon, is it state auditor or like the General Assembly, right?
Yeah, I believe it authorized the General Assembly and who they would direct. That may be the state auditor, that they could randomly do sampling across the state and do an audit of any municipality. I think the question is, would this audit satisfy that requirement? But I'm not sure that it would. I think they could still come in and do their own.
Okay.
Yeah, I would not think so, but I don't know.
Okay, we're just curious because, we do all this, so if they have something else to come on, so I feel very confident, like, at least we have this to show. Okay. If it's something that you can find out more and tell the staff, it was just curious about it.
There were a couple things in the General Assembly this past year, but they didn't come through that I'm aware of, so.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Did anyone have any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you for the hard work, April and Nancy, and to the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Director Emsley has our next presentation as well.
Well, hello again. And once again, it is a pleasure to provide to you a summary of our fund balance analysis. Along with this presentation, you received about 10 pages of information that was basically a comparison primarily between fiscal year 22, fiscal year 23, and a 5-year comparison on fund balance over the years as well. So this, I think you'll find, is a quick guide to it lists the source documents that we used to put this together. And I use this information to put together the presentation. So it does have, it serves a dual purpose. I'm going to ask if you would be so kind to hold your questions until the end. So the presentation focus is we're going to review unassigned fund balance and what that position was as of June 30th. We're going to talk a little bit about policy and compliance factors and discuss some observations and future considerations. So this is a quick consolidation of what the general fund balance looked like for fiscal year 23. We increased 7.2 million from last year with a total fund balance breakdown of 38.4 million. Just want to show you that there's different factions to that fund balance. The restricted is the state statute calculation, and this is something that we're required, that basically makes sure that we can pay our bills, and that's something that is required by this North Carolina. It's unique to us as well, and so this is something that we would include in our calculation. It also includes outstanding purchase orders as well as part of that restricted calculation. Committed is another part of our fund balance, and these is primarily our capital reserves that we use, but it also can include it also includes our retirement funds, our OPEB, our LEOSA funds as well, and our healthcare premium funds, along with the capital reserves. That's all part of that committed balance. The assigned balance is more for where we have that for the fund balance appropriation that we needed to balance our fiscal year 24 budget, and it also includes the Veterans Memorial for, there's some money that we have set aside for that as well. Non-spendable is also part of that balance, and that's basically what we've had to prepay in expenses in fiscal year 23 that were actually fiscal year 24 expenses. And then the unassigned is what the part that you're probably the most interested in is what we used for cash flowing. We use it for one-time spending, and then we make sure that we try to be within our policy. As mentioned, the general fund is a consolidated fund. It includes all of those sub-funds and including healthcare, debt service, the multiples, the service district, and capital reserves. Some things to highlight here that related to that fund balance increase. We had revenues for AV taxes were up approximately $3 million compared to last year. Sales tax and franchise were up about $1.3 million. Permits and fees, approximately $2.7 million. And our expenditures were up just about $500,000 from last year. And page 10 in the ACFR gives a great comparison between fiscal years 22 and 23. So if you want to see how revenues changed between 22 and 23 and how expenditures changed between those 2 years, that's a good source for you to look at. The unassigned fund balance highlights, we had roughly 40 million expenditures compared to last year. I mentioned it was only about $500,000 more. We did see an increase in our unassigned fund balance. It's now at 16.5. And our policy regarding how we calculate what our target is as far as what we want for unassigned fund balance. Right now it's at 41.31, so that we try to keep it within that 25 to 45 percentile. And that's where we were for fiscal year 23. Expenses increased about 6% compared to last year. And as I mentioned before, 7.2 million was an increase in fund balance between last year and this year. But the one thing to recognize is that as expenditures grow, the percentage of fund balance has a greater potential to decrease, and the demand on cash flow will typically increase. So this just gives you a sense of where we are. We are well within our policy, and the overall policy increased by about 4.97% compared to last year. This just gives you a little bit more of a breakdown of how the unassigned fund balance was compiled. I do want to tell you that we have to remember part of that includes the MSD, because those were monies that we've set aside to complete that project. I think the Gables is the last of that needs to be completed. And so this is money that we have already built to help take care of that project. And so this is something that we need to consider when we're looking at fund balance, is that it does have different slices of the pie. So unassigned fund balance, we mentioned that it has we want to keep our fund balance no less than 25%, and that if it's in excess of the 45%, that you may appropriate that excess for any one-time capital expenditures or some type of economic development related policy. We are going to be working on doing debt modeling. That will be coming up soon. That will be working with Davenport, our financial advisors, and that will also help us be able to benchmark our unassigned fund balance again, and to give you a sense of what might be available for opportunities for spending. The one thing that you need to I'm sure that you'll discuss more at retreat is how you might want to spend some of that unassigned fund balance. But as we go through our bond issuance, our financial advisors will help us benchmark what other critical policies we want to make sure that they're following as they're appropriate. This just lets you know that we have cash flow issues. Right now, our AV taxes are just starting to come in. We typically see them starting in the end of November, beginning of December. And so we've had to use our fund balance in some respects to help cash flow us to take care of our expenses that we've had. And that's what your unassigned fund balance does. It gives us that reserve that we can pay our bills and that we can maximize whatever opportunities that come with us. And cash flow, I want to mention, is a material facet that our credit rating agencies look at when they're looking at their methodology, and they're looking at ratios and seeing, they want to see a good fund balance and making sure that we can pay our bills, and it's important that we have to be able to demonstrate our ability to be ready to sustain continuity and especially continuity of our even our base operations. And so we also have to be prepared for any disaster that might come along, and that's what our fund balance can also help us with. And we also want to be demonstrating that we are building our resources, leveraging our taxing authority for our operations and for our capital improvements. This is another quick way of looking at our unassigned fund balance and our policy. The 8% is something that we are required. It's a minimum required by the LGC, and it's 1 month's worth of our operations, which is roughly 3.3 million. The 25%, which is our minimum of our policy, that will basically give us 3 months worth of any operational cash flow issues that we might have, and that's roughly 10 million. And again, it's helping make sure that we can handle any kind of unforeseen event. The other thing with the 45%, that's roughly about 6 months of operational activity, and it provides for other types of overages or contingencies. And anything above, we typically would use for funding reserves, for doing a pay-as-you-go for a CIP project, or other types of one-time expenses. I think this slide helps put into context what the various points of measurement might represent and what our operational dollars are. And these are actually based on our actual numbers. It also allows us to, as I mentioned, be able to handle what cash flow issues we might have. This slide is just giving you a comparison over the last 10 years of how things can impact unassigned fund balance. We made a commitment towards increasing what we put in our capital reserve funds. We created the new Parks and Recreation Reserve to put money aside for that. And the fire apparatus is another one that we're actually accruing that reserve higher than that 1 penny that we said for transportation and for Parks and Recs, because we know we're going to have to be replacing some apparatus in the future. So we're planning for that. And sometimes our expenditures can grow faster than what we'd like, and it does have an impact, like I mentioned, on the first couple of quarters. So these are things that we just need to take into consideration when we're looking at what that unassigned fund balance can be. Our expenditures have been increasing significantly over the last few years. We do see that steadily increasing. It's the result of having additional personnel that we've added, market adjustments that we might have for recruitment, and also retraining our workforce. So those all impact our fund balance. And then, of course, the growing demand on from our expanding community can impact that as well. Revenues on the average have remained similar, but these are all things that we look at that might impact our unassigned fund balance. This just gives you a sense of what we had in our budget to actual variance between, we had a 3.1 variance in what we had budgeted to what we actually spent for this past year. Our actual expenditures were 92%, and roughly 8% was considered some savings, some delayed spending. Lapsed salary was down a little bit from last year, and the PO rollover was about the same as the previous year. And with PO rollovers, that's one of the things that we will never see us spending 100% of our budget, because we always will have projects that have to be rolled over, and they don't always fit in the neatly in the first year or that year. So these are things that we have to that we've obligated ourselves that remain outstanding until they get paid, and so that's something that we will continue to see as a PO rollover. We also typically see turnover in personnel. And that is some of the lapsed salary that you see as well. And so that's something that would be part of our potential savings for year over year. And the other thing to mention is that we'll work as best we can to keep our costs down. And sometimes we find that in that savings that we didn't spend everything we thought we might. And that these are just a few. For example, we didn't spend as much in contracted services as we thought from last year, but that's something that larger service contracts might be delayed, or they might perform better than we anticipated as well. So we're still seeing a little bit of impact on COVID as well, but just wanted to give you a sense of what that variance of the 3.1 could consist of. Also mentioning some other variance factors. Our execution for our budget's increasing. We've got recruitment, we've got some project savings, project delays can influence that. We have been trying to really reduce our outstanding PO rollovers at year end, so we've been encouraging staff to to spend. We also moved up the timeline for when they could not issue any more POs in the fiscal year because if they hadn't spent what they already had, we weren't going to have them open a PO as well. So we're trying to manage that better and keep that PO rollover down as much as we can. The trend analysis is demonstrating stronger execution of our resources and our growing need for future operational resources as well. Just wanted to mention about the capital reserves that we have. This is where we're putting that penny or more aside. These are the 4 reserves: the fire apparatus, our CIP, our road and transportations, and parks and recreations. And we can see that we are putting money in, but we're also taking money out for projects as well. So it's serving its purpose as far as the reserve and what we can use it for, because those are designated for specific projects that you direct staff to do. And the thing that's important to remember with other reserves is that the CIP does try to anticipate future use to create those, what we call those shovel-ready projects. And as I mentioned, these funds are limited to those reserves for those specific uses. We also anticipate needing more money in the fire apparatus, and we'll require to build that a little bit more, because we do find that costs are escalating and with supply and demand as well. We also have some other restricted fund types: our parkland payment in lieu, our streets payment in lieu. And we're also trying to build up that debt fund. If you remember, we had that 3% tax increase in fiscal year 23 to help pay for as we need to build our debt capacity for future projects. And so we are building up that reserve. It went up by 1.2 million from last year, and we are building the streets payment in lieu, but we're also using it the same with parkland payment in lieu as well. The other thing I want to mention about these restricted fund types is that about the future, we just don't know what the future is going to hold. We are reaching, our build out, and whether we'd be able to build on those park payment in lieu or street payment in lieu. That is something that we'll have to be mindful of as we move forward. And we have to build those reserves in order to help with those future projects. Looking ahead, we know that we've got to think about inflationary factors, cash flow, what we've got for existing projects, what we have for existing operations, and we need to try to stay ahead of those future project needs. We know we've got Town Center and the Public Works facility, Crabtree Nature Park, which you're going to be talking about, Airport Boulevard. Those are all things. The dog park. Those are all things that we know we've got to provide funding for and make sure we've got what we need for those projects, and also preparing for that next bond issuance. We are scheduled to issue bonds in June of 2024, about 13.9 million, and that's from your 21 bond referendum. And so we are going to be using those bond proceeds to fund some of these projects that you see as well. And so what I'd like to do is ask you to stay focused on what is the big picture. And at this point, we are not recommending any appropriation of fund balance at this time because we still are below that 45% target. And this is something that I'm sure you'll discuss more at retreat, but just wanted to give you a sense of what is available and just to remind you that we still need to be mindful of cash flow and be able to prioritize what we think our projects are that are going to need some funding. And also just remembering the impact on our bond issuance. Having a very strong unassigned fund balance is something that credit rating agencies look at. And so that is something that we need to be mindful of as we move forward. So at this point, that concludes my summary of our fund balance highlights. And I hope that this information will be useful as you move forward in trying to weigh in the needs and interests and prioritize and during retreat. And at this point, Town Manager, do you have any comments that you'd like to add?
I think Nancy has covered it well. There is some capacity there. I'm going to suggest, if you would, when we move to the Crabtree Creek Nature Park project, I think that's a better opportunity for us to discuss with you potential use of fund balance, if that would be okay with you.
That sounds fine. I don't really see any questions right now. Does anyone have any questions? Councilmember Fender.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions on just what some items meant. On slide 7, when it's talking about the operational cash flow, and it says the largest revenue sources not materially received until late in second quarter. Is that second quarter of the fiscal year?
Yes, so we're, July, August, September, October, November, December. So we're starting to see some of the AV taxes trickling in, and we'll see more of it in December for sure, and then we'll see it round out by the end of January, that we should have just about all of our AV taxes collected at that point.
So what are you saying? What kind of taxes?
Ad valorem.
Okay.
Yeah, property taxes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then one other question I had, and I don't remember what slide it was on. Just because I'm not a finance person, so a lot of this is unfamiliar to me. On slide 11, the first bullet where you say budget execution increasing, what does that mean?
Let me look at my notes. It's basically that we're seeing how our budget to actual performance has improved over the past 5 years. So that was what I was referring to there, that we are really honing in on our budget and keeping, the fact that we spent 92.3% of our budget is excellent.
Okay.
So that's what I was referring to.
So that means what's been budgeted is more accurate to what the actual ends up being.
Right, and that we're staying pretty close to what we budgeted, that we're not going over, we're not having to use fund balance because we overspent our budget. So that was what my thought was in that bullet.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all a question I had.
Mayor, may I add something to that, sir?
Please, sir.
Also, just I think for clarification, Councilmember Fender, you may recall 2 years ago, we obviously dipped down to below 84%, which is not, of course, where we want to be. So we heard your questions about that. We obviously had our own questions. So we made a conscious effort to work with staff, because what that was, it wasn't that we weren't spending the money similar to the rate we are now. We were doing a lot of carryover of funds, and we had an issue at one point where we carried over a significant amount of money relating to a paving project. So it looked like we weren't spending. It's just that we hadn't spent it in that year. So we've been very, very conscious about making an effort to ensure that the money that's budgeted this year is planned for and spent this year whenever possible. We've made efforts to minimize any carryover, and thus you see where we're back at 92%, which I think is a good number. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager.
Councilmember Scoggins Johnson, please.
The reason we don't have questions is because you were so thorough, just as an aside. So this has been a very helpful presentation. What I did want to remark upon is the fact that not only are we using the funds that we had budgeted for more effectively, but we don't have more reserve above that 45% like we might have had in previous years. And the council in previous years, with that surplus of money, was able to activate or accelerate some of the projects either for the next year or some of the projects that might have been deprioritized from the current year. So this is a very relevant fact, is that you had a 7% increase in the costs of items, and we need to be very careful and monitor the cash flow as well as how this execution is going. So this is, I'm kind of on the edge of my seat to try to see what the next year will bring, because this is a very careful balance that we're seeing right now. We've done really good work, but we need to continue to do that and be very mindful. And I'm looking forward to our conversation about Crabtree Nature Park and how that careful balance can be managed. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rabati, please.
Begin to affect the credit rating? Because I would imagine that there'd be a certain amount of fluctuation there that would be normal. So at what point would you expect that, like if it dips to 30%, is that where our credit rating is in danger? Can you just give me an idea of what we would be looking for?
I would want to talk with Davenport, our financial advisors, to give you a better answer to that.
Okay.
I have my own opinion, but I think I would rather refer to an expert. But I do know that it's something that is monitored very closely by the credit rating agencies. And so I'll tell you my understanding, as long as we are within our range, then we're following our policy, that will be appropriate. But let me defer, and we'll circle back with that and send that to council.
Yeah, I'd appreciate. I mean, I imagine there are 100 nuances in the answer to a question like that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, certainly. I actually just completed recently information from Moody's, which is one of our credit rating agencies, and one of their questions was unassigned fund balance. So that is something that they do monitor. Yeah, you're welcome.
Does anyone else have any questions for Director Elmsley? Councilmember Rao, please.
Just to clarify, the fund balance, we have a transportation reserve fund, right? So,
Yes, we do.
So that's really what we would use for sidewalks and roads and things like that. But we wouldn't use fund balance for things like that, right?
That would be something that the council could decide to use the transportation and road reserve if you wanted to. That's currently at almost 2.5 million is available.
Okay.
And that includes the appropriation that you made in fiscal year 24.
Yeah, I just was curious because I think that we, continue to invest in transportation projects. And thank you for giving me the number of how much was in the fund. As we look at some of the projects that have been delayed, where the opportunities are going in the next budget season, and where we can perhaps use some of those funds. So
That would be your decision to make.
okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions, but yes, we'd like to hear that number, 16 million or more, in unassigned fund balance. That's always,
I'm sorry, Mayor?
it's always nice to have a very large number in
Yes.
that unassigned fund balance. So
Yes, compared
Gives
to
us
last year.
more flexibility.
Up almost 3 million from last year. So that's something we should be very pleased about.
okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. This time we're moving on to our next item, item 9, public address. Town Clerk Smith will now present any public comments received and recognize anyone in the audience who is interested in speaking on any subject of their choosing for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Colley. We did receive 2 comments via email for public address. The first comment did not include all the required submission information, so I will summarize as follows. This comment requested that the town council call for a ceasefire in Palestine. The second public comment I will read in its entirety. Lou Urani, Misty Grove Circle, Morrisville, North Carolina. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Tonight, you have an important discussion related to how our taxes are being spent. In 2 weeks, you will have to make that decision. In the past few weeks, you have commented that when you make a decision, it's final and there's no looking back. In fact, one of you have even commented that making a decision is like lifting a weight off your shoulders. You are elected to represent the taxpayers, and in some cases, by saying your decision is final, you are placing the weight of your decisions back on the shoulders of Morrisville taxpayers. The Crabtree Creek Nature Park was commissioned by Town Council a few years ago and was green-lighted in part with the expectation that the project would cost $2.275 million. Now that the design is complete and the bids have been received, we know that the project's actual cost will be $6.782 million, which is nearly 3 times the estimate that was used in the original approval. What are we getting for nearly $6.8 million? Without me listing out all the elements for you, ask yourself if we already have some of these elements elsewhere in the town and how we can leverage those resources where they are and reduce the cost of this project. If there's a time to look back and second guess a decision rather than leave it on the shoulders of taxpayers, this is one of them. We do have 3 individuals also sign up to give in-person public comment, the first being Mr. Mark Barton.
Okay, and I'd ask each of the speakers to please state your name and your residential address for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Barton, 113 White Lake Court in Cary. I'm here to talk about pickleball in Morrisville. There's a handout being passed around. I'd like to thank those who came tonight and supported Morrisville pickleball. Can I ask them to stand for just a moment? Thank you for coming. I'd also like to thank the town council for having decided some time ago to build pickleball courts in Morrisville. These courts are great and they are being used by many players of all ages. I'd like to thank Mary Fawcett, who is the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Director in Morrisville. She has been very responsive to requests from the pickleball community, and she's even come out to play with us. I also thank those members of the town council who have shown support by learning pickleball and coming to play with us, Ann Rabati and Steve Rao. And you should know that Steve Rao, who is a former semi-pro tennis player, says he is ready to give up his 100 tennis rackets and fully embrace pickleball. We welcome him. We would love to have the rest of the town council members join us on the pickleball courts. You don't have to be as good as Steve Rao. Complete beginners are welcome. Pickleball is growing rapidly. Please see the graph in the first page of the handout. Pickleball has now overtaken tennis in popularity, according to the study quoted in the handout. And pickleball continues to grow faster than tennis. There is a huge demand for courts, for pickleball courts. Many players end up waiting on the sidelines for a chance to play. Please see the photo on page 2, which shows players waiting to play on the 3 pickleball courts at Morrisville Community Park with their paddles placed on the paddle rack. One easy and inexpensive way to make more courts available is to share courts between tennis and pickleball. Please look at page 3 of the handout. 6 pickleball courts can be overlaid on 2 tennis courts so that the courts can be used for both tennis and pickleball. Pickleball nets on wheels can be rolled into place and then easily rolled away. The permanent tennis nets stay in place. This is already being done in Durham, in Chapel Hill, and in many other communities. The expense is minimal. The light blue pickleball lines can be painted in one day, and the pickleball nets on wheels can be purchased inexpensively. There is room to park the pickleball nets on the side of the tennis courts when they are not needed. There are various ways to schedule and prioritize tennis and pickleball usage on these shared courts. Having the shared courts allows for flexibility, and this would triple our pickleball courts from the 3 dedicated courts that are now there to 6 additional, giving 9 total of the shared courts. Thanks for considering this.
The next individual signed up to give comment is Subareddy Matareddy.
My name is, hello, can you hear? Yeah, my name is Subba Reddy, 113 Elmhaven Way, Wexford. Good evening, Town Council and Mayor and staff. I want to thank you for extending the public hearing for the TOD and for the Mayor and every Town Council member and town management. Here is my observations. we town has the vision that is being again reviewed and to implement, and there is a plan also coming up for the as part of the TOD. So I would request everyone to involve the neighborhood, families, and any representative or the teachers, youth, or the seniors. To
Excuse me, I apologize. Just as a point of order, did you want to speak about the TOD? Because if you did, we have a public hearing for that in a few moments. This is just public address, so
Yeah.
it's not quite appropriate to say it in this time frame. It should be part of the public hearing.
Sure,
Would you be
sure,
okay with that?
I can come back.
Yeah, I think that would be the correct, is that right, Attorney Gray? Yes, sir. So you'll get your full 3 minutes from the start again
Oh, thank you.
later. I apologize for not identifying that right away.
Sure.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for it.
Okay. So just to be clear, we have a public hearing coming up, and that would be the place to have these comments read into the record. Did we have anyone else for public address?
We do have one more individual sign up to give in-person public comment. Terry Hartley.
Good evening, Terry Hartley, 415 Carolyn Court, Cary, North Carolina. Good evening, my name is Terry Hartley, and I'm here by request of the Morrisville pickleball community, who would like to see the town of Morrisville expand their pickleball facilities and pickleball offerings. I found pickleball almost 6 years ago at a low point in my life. The business I was working for had just closed, and I was in a bit of flux. When I found pickleball, I found community, a sport that I fell in love with, and a whole new lease on life. I found my people. Recently, I was the Chief Financial Officer and Director of Tour Operations for the Association of Pickleball Players Tour, the largest sanctioned pro and amateur tour in the sport, and I serve as an advisor to several pro players, along with a handful of pickleball companies currently. As previously mentioned, pickleball has exploded onto the scene, and a lot of that growth started during the pandemic, where people were looking for something to do outside with their friends and family. What cannot be ignored is the number of people who have tried pickleball and are now playing, a number that has seen exponential growth in the last 3 years. In a study commissioned by the APP Tour that was released in March of this year, they found that 48.3 million adult Americans had played pickleball in the previous 12 months, and the average age of those players is 34. The study also found that 72% of the people who played once a month are in the 18 to 44 age range. Some financial points for you to consider. I helped produce a tournament for the APP Tour in Delray Beach, Florida. That event was a 5-day tournament with 890 players that had an economic impact of $1.1 million and directly supported 190 jobs and an estimated room demand of almost 1,500. We also ran an event in Punta Gorda, Florida that had an economic impact of $1.3 million with 657 players. Pictona and Holly Hill, Florida is a destination pickleball facility and has 49 courts, of which 13 are covered. Their 5-year estimated impact to their local economy is exceeding their originally planned $40 million, and they have a staff of 16 full-time and 30 part-time employees. Last week, USA Pickleball, our governing body for the sport, hosted their Nationals tournament in Farmers Branch, Texas, with over 3,400 players playing across 8 days. In an interview with the Tennis Channel, the mayor of Farmers Branch said the city was expecting to see a $25 million economic impact from the event. If the town council moves strategically to build a larger pickleball facility, Morrisville could vault itself ahead of other nearby towns. I would love to see Morrisville become the type of destination for pickleball that it has become for cricket. Having Raleigh-Durham's International Airport here makes Morrisville a prime location to become the spot for pickleball in North Carolina and potentially in the Mid-Atlantic region. I hope some or all of you can catch the vision I, along with so many others who are also represented here tonight, and we represent a much larger community at Broad, have for pickleball in Morrisville. Thank you to the town council for your time and consideration, and for the 3 new courts that opened recently.
Thank you. Was there anyone else signed up, sir?
No, sir, there were no individuals, no more individuals signed up to speak.
Is there anyone here in the room who would like to address this body who didn't sign up for up to 3 minutes? Okay. Thank you very much. And just so you know, we don't react to public comments. Our staff hears it, we hear it, and then we decide on action into the future. So thank you very much for coming out. We appreciate you guys and gals. At this time, we are scheduled to take a break of 15 minutes. So why don't we go ahead and reconvene at 7:30.
Do the public hearing and then take a break?
Well, that's part of a bigger item with updates and stuff. So,
For the public.
yep. So please come back for the public hearing in 15 minutes, 7:30. Coming back into session at this time, thank you for your patience while we took that break. At this time, we are at number 10, public hearing. There is one public hearing item on this evening's agenda, approval of the transit-oriented development and zoning plan. Michelle Stiegel, Planning Director, will facilitate the item. Director Stiegel.
Oh, can you bring up the one for the November 14th meeting, that presentation, please? I think it's the last one. Okay, thank you. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'll be presenting the TOD plan to you this evening. Chris Lawson, planning manager, is out, so I'll be covering for him. This item was reviewed by council on September 12th, September 26th, and October 10th. As you know, we kind of took a pause at that point to allow staff the time to look into some items that council had requested some additional information on. So we're back to you this evening with that information. And the public hearing on this item does remain open. So those items that council had requested some additional information on related to information about the history of TOD development, some questions about what adoption of the TOD small area plan really would and would not do, and then some questions and discussions related to Church Street. So I'll review that information with you. So just to briefly go over some of the history related to TOD. TOD has been, or transit-oriented development, has been talked about in Morrisville for a number of years, really going back to 1998, where there is initially a mention of the need to support transit, specifically in the area that we're now referring to as TOD East. If you jump forward then to the 2009 land use plan, that land use plan does include a future land use designation for a TOD area. That designation is not shown on the plan, but there is reference to the Superfund site, which is the TOD West site and part of the TOD South site, and that potentially being a location for future transit-oriented development. In 2013, the town then adopted the McCrimmon Small Area Plan, which took a closer look at the TOD West and TOD South area. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump forward to the 2021 land use plan, which that plan for the first time did show TOD zoning on the future land use map in TOD East, TOD West, and TOD South. And you may recall that there was a sub-area plan for TOD East as part of that 2021 land use plan. After the land use plan was adopted, Town Council did prioritize some amendments to our Unified Development Ordinance to start to implement some of the recommendations in the plan. Most of those amendments were related to the Gateway Overlay District on McCrimmon, but we did fold in some amendments related to the TOD as part of that, and we made some changes to the Airport Overlay District. So in relation to TOD, with the Airport Overlay amendments, there was a change to those boundaries that did allow for residential on the property that we are referring to as TOD East. And that came with some additional standards related to noise mitigation and other things. The TOD East, TOD West, and TOD South were also rezoned at that time to the Transit-Oriented Development District. So TOD East had previously been zoned office institutional, and TOD West and TOD South were zoned industrial. So that rezoning was really a strategy to prevent really incompatible development from occurring there until we could update the code and finalize the vision for that area. And so, again, the sites right now are zoned transit-oriented development. Along with that, when those properties were rezoned, also made some changes to the transit-oriented development zoning district. Again, this wasn't the ultimate zoning that was envisioned. We really wanted to get a vision for the area set and then come back with that TOD zoning, but we were trying to safeguard against incompatible development, particularly with the boom in the life science industry and those types of uses being allowed on TOD East, TOD West, and TOD South with that prior zoning that was in place. But amid the amendments that we made to the TOD district, single-family detached was removed as a permitted use from that district. Townhomes continued to be allowed, but only within 300 feet of Church Street. And there were some amendments that required some vertical mixed use and cap the amount of surface parking. So those were, in general, the amendments that were made to the district at the time. Also did just make a reference to small area plans that might show some sort of park or gathering space, really to call out that that area could be required to be dedicated to the town as part of the parkland dedication. Okay. So jumping forward to today, so again, TOD East, TOD West, and TOD South are zoned TOD transit-oriented development today, but largely with the zoning standards that lined up with the 2014 UDO with just a few modifications. And that 2014 UDO standards were really built off of that 2013 McCrimmon Small Area Plan. And so if you look at the slide on the bottom left-hand side, there's an image of the 2013 McCrimmon Transit Small Area Plan. You'll see more of a horizontal mix of uses and a fair amount of surface parking. So with the 2021 land use plan, that vision for TOD did change somewhat. And with the small area plan that's before you for consideration tonight, you will see more density, more garage parking, more building height, among other things. To go back and talk a little bit about what the adoption of this plan will do and what it won't do. So this is a vision document. If the council were to adopt the TOD plan tonight, the regulations that apply to the property would be the same tomorrow as they are today. So no regulations or no standards would be changed by adopting the plan. That's not to say that adoption of the plan isn't important. It is the first step in finalizing a vision, but it allows staff then to take that adopted vision and start working on text to implement that vision. So with the approval of the plan, we would, staff would start working more on the related text, and that's where the development standards would change, would be with those UDO text amendments that we're anticipating would probably come to you around spring of 2024. And just to touch base very briefly again on the zoning that's in place today. So building height, townhomes up to 45 feet in height are allowed. They're allowed within 300 feet of Church Street. Multifamily and commercial uses between 35 and 75 feet would be allowed. With the plan that's before you tonight, you've been talking about, I would say, considerably more height than that, potentially going all the way up to 150 feet, depending on if it was a building close to Church Street or closer to the tracks, and if incentives that we've been talking about and would get into more detail talking about during the UDO text portion, if those incentives were used. Do also want to note that staff does continue to field phone calls. Some of these properties are currently for sale, so we do have developers potentially interested. To date, most of them are looking at this TOD plan that's before you tonight, recognizing that if it's approved, we'll be moving forward with text changes that would allow for greater density. And so currently, people have been waiting to see how that plays out, but there are development rights on the property today. And someone could submit an application under those standards. There's also been some questions, some discussion about impact on schools. So really just wanted to provide council with a table showing what we're seeing as a typical bedroom mix for different types of development. So on this table at the bottom, a lot of these projects are recent projects, either under construction or in review. You will see predominantly 1-bedroom units, followed by 2-bedroom, and then the number of 3-bedroom units. We're not seeing a lot of 3-bedroom units with the multifamily projects that have been submitted recently, but that's just for your information to kind of put that discussion in some context. So one of the other items that has been discussed at prior meetings is Church Street. So you may recall that the initial plan that was presented to Town Council did include a recommendation that Church Street be studied with the next update of the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. Because we are looking at a fair amount of additional density, which will generate additional traffic. So that was a recommendation in the plan. In further meetings, discussion with council, we did go ahead and contract with a consultant to begin that study. So what that study is going to be limited in scope and really look at whether Church Street should be 2 lanes or 4 lanes, and if 4 lanes is recommended, where that 4 lanes would start and stop. So that's really the purpose or goal of that study. But in order to conduct that study, there'll be background traffic data collected, traffic counts, and just some additional analysis looking at the density and types of uses that are proposed, the traffic that would potentially generate, and where those trips would most logically come from. So that, some modeling of that. And then we have asked the consultant to prepare an updated cross-section of Church Street, assuming 4 lanes is recommended, so that the CTP could be updated with that. Again, we're expecting that work to be completed around spring of 2024. That is around the same timeframe that we were anticipating coming back to council with proposed transit-oriented development UDO text for you to consider. So we could bring both of those items forward to you kind of simultaneously, so that you had the additional information on Church Street before you're really changing any regulations on the ground. Just next steps. So again, this item is on tonight's agenda for potential action if you would choose to do so. Again, approving the plan would really give staff the information they would need to work with the consultant, take that next step to draft the UDO text. And then we'd come back to you with that and the Church Street study probably sometime in the spring. I do want to be transparent in that what we are looking at doing with Church Street now isn't the full study of Church Street that we think we should ultimately do. So when we do get around to a CTP update, we're also wanting to look at town center impacts and look at bike ped, but have worked with the consultant on the scope so that the information we get from this study that we could build off of that, and it will be useful as we move into potentially a more in-depth study of Church Street in the future. So again, staff is recommending approval of the proposed land use plan amendment for the following reasons. It establishes a town vision for the TOD, allowing the drafting of UDO amendments. It aligns with key action item 7 of the land use plan by actively seeking the development of the Superfund site as a transit-oriented development. It aligns with key action item 8 of the land use plan by adopting a TOD district to implement enhanced development standards and ensure the TOD is a walkable mixed-use environment. And then the resolution that is for your consideration tonight is just up there on the last slide if you do choose to take action this evening. And with that, I will entertain any questions that the council might have.
Okay. Councilmember Rabadi will start with the first entertaining question.
Traffic study. Could you help me to understand? I know that there is some by right development that could go in those TOD locations now.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen if, for example, a developer started to develop a project now, and then the transportation study came back and said that the road should be 4 lanes, but we didn't know that when we started scoping out the project? Mm-hmm. How does that generally play out?
Yeah. So this cross-section that's on the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, that is the current cross-section that would apply to Church Street. So it is a 2-lane cross-section. That's what the CTP, our Comprehensive Transportation Plan, calls for today. Okay. So if a developer were to submit an application under the current zoning, a couple things would happen. One, this would be the CTP cross-section that they would be using. But the CTP is one piece of the puzzle. So with the Comprehensive Transportation Plan update, that gives you the ability to require right-of-way dedication. And so if this were updated to be a 4-lane road, very likely a developer of these sites would be required to dedicate right-of-way to accommodate the 4 lanes. At the time of development, when there is an actual plan proposed, a TIA will also still be required. And that transportation impact analysis, those focus very heavily on intersections.
And so that's where you get into a lot of the detail about turn lanes and turning movements and things like that. So when you're at an intersection, it is possible that even additional right-of-way could be recommended to accommodate those turn lanes. And if that's recommended in the TIA now or with a future application, a developer would need to provide that and construct to what was recommended in the TIA as well.
Okay, but there would be no way, for example, I mean, I don't see a traffic study with this type of development coming back and saying that the road shouldn't be 4 lanes. So do we have any recourse to request that the developer develop the road to 4 lanes, or would we have that if the traffic study said that? I just want to understand, like, who's going to end up paying to expand the road to 4 lanes, and how exactly that would work.
So if someone were to come in with a project today, a CTP calls for 2 lanes, that likely wouldn't require the developer to do much of anything. It would be what the TIA recommends for their specific project. That is what you would be able to require them to do.
Okay.
Now, if we complete this study of Church Street and it says 4 lanes, and then you update the CTP, then that additional right-of-way for the 4 lanes would be required, and anything the TIA also requires. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, you said that the right-of-way would be required, but not the actual development of the road? Like not the actual widening of the road?
It would.
Okay.
So they would be required to dedicate the right-of-way and construct meeting whatever is in the CTP.
I see. Okay.
So, but we're not going to have any information or recommendations on that until about spring, regardless of whether this plan is adopted tonight or not.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I just want to make sure I understand everything that's likely to happen.
Well, because we're at an intersection, you're likely going to be looking at a combination of what the CTP requires and what the TIA requires.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Thank you. Can you describe the process of public comment and the opportunities that there have been for public comment on this plan up until this point?
Yeah, so there had been a variety of opportunities. I think it's the first page in the proposed plan kind of goes over the public engagement that occurred. Now, this plan built off of the land use plan, so very broad public engagement with the land use plan. The engagement we did for the TOD was then a little bit more focused. So there were a number of meetings with PZB and Town Council, a number of work sessions that were all open to the public, available to the public. There was also a website that we kept regularly updated. We had meetings with developers and other stakeholders, our regional transportation partners, to help inform the process. We had a public open house. So that the specific engagement that was done for this phase, if you want more detail, that is the first page of the document that outlines that.
Okay, and then why exactly would we not do a full study of Church Street now? I know you sort of went over that, but you just hit the highlights for me again.
Yeah, we did talk about that in-house a little bit, but the time frame for doing that was quite extensive. The cost of doing that is quite extensive, and you really want to get more public engagement at that point. You may have a recommendation that a road needs to be widened to 4 lanes, but then property impacts as you're going up and down Church Street and you start getting into a lot of residential areas. That's something that you want to take into consideration beyond just how is the traffic going to flow. What are those property impacts? And then that public input on that kind of factors into, I think, ultimate recommendation, and I would suspect your ultimate decision on where you might want to go with that. So that is a broader study. We tried to keep this scope more limited to answer that question we were hearing from council on, really, should this be 2 lanes or 4 lanes? But one of your CTP recommended action items is also looking at bike ped along this corridor. This does not include that because there'd be a lot of other stuff to factor into that kind of evaluation as well. So just wanted to be transparent that there could be more to come, but we think we've laid out the scope with the consultant so that we could build off of in the future.
Yeah, I just want to understand what factors led to the decisions about the scope. Thank you.
Councilmember Rao, please.
Why would a TIA analysis take that long? I mean, couldn't we, with some of the technology we have with sensors and a smart city, connected or smart cities solutions, find quicker, better visibility in transportation counts, or is it something legally required that you have to use a TIA?
So this, I just want to clarify, this is not a TIA. A TIA would be done when you have a specific project proposed and you're looking at that specific project's impact. So this is more of a traffic study. But just the time involved in collecting the data, running the analysis, it does take a matter of months to go through that exercise.
The other question I had was, if we approve this plan, when we make changes to the UDO, there's been a number of concerns related to me over the last 2 weeks about concerns about density, particularly because of the school issue, because of the traffic issue. If it's a plan that we were accepting, do we have the flexibility as a council to limit the number of units, or are you basically just saying, no, this is, now that we've adopted the plan, that you're gonna, you can build, I don't know what the number was, a few thousand, 5,000, you know, what that number is. I mean, are you stuck to a specific number, or could you go on a case-by-case basis if the applicant can say, you know?
So,
The reason I say
yeah.
that is I understand it, you know, from the residents' perspective, what they're saying is that, you know, if you approve this plan and we already have all this traffic, why are we doing it now when all these things are going on? So I think that the timing of it, even though we've always said that this was going to be an area with density, right? And so, yeah, that's why I asked.
Yes, and I lost my train of thought there for just a second. So the plan is not going to set a number of units. There were models that were done just to provide context. I will say those models are based off of mix of building heights. You don't know what the ultimate heights are going to be. The zoning won't set a maximum number either. So when you get into the development of the zoning or the UDO text, where you're really having the most impact is probably that height discussion. And I know we started that with the visioning, and we've been talking about heights up to 150 feet with some incentives. Say if you provided affordable housing, you could get more building height. But if council is in general agreement with the concept of the development, then really the only way to get density down is through those height discussions. And that will come with the UDO text.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please.
Thank you. I just have one question right now. For the Church Street study, what's the scope of that? Is it the entire Church Street within Morrisville?
It goes down to Morrisville Carpenter Road and pretty far north. I don't think it's the whole stretch, but we picked out different intersections that we wanted looked at along the way.
So do you know how far? Does it go up to Kitts Creek, or does it go up to the Durham County line?
I think it does go up to Kitts Creek. I don't know if it goes the whole way, but it does extend fairly far.
Okay.
Just because we wanted that data more for the next phase that we're anticipating to still come.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please.
So thank you for the presentation, Michelle. That was a good overview of how we got to where we are, so I appreciate that. The Church Street study that we're doing now, the limited study, is not a TIA, so we're not taking into account the impact of any future development. It's just to look at the conditions on the ground today on Church Street. Just talk about that a little bit more.
It would look at the conditions on the ground today on Church Street and then take into account I will emphasize, preliminary potential numbers from those development summaries. You have those development summary tables with TOD east, west, and south that talk about potential number of units, potential square footage of commercial and other things. It's going to feed those numbers into some models that the study will run.
Okay, so it will take into account some of kind of what we're talking about here.
So at a very high level, you put generally this type of density here, what's the impact going to be?
Okay, that's good. And then the TIAs that would come then in the future with more specific development would have even more detail to them and would give us more specifics on any kind of road improvements. Is that fair to say, or?
Yes, those typically look at intersections, turn lanes at intersections. Do you need a turn lane into an access drive into the site? Do you need a traffic signal? So that type of information is more likely to come from the TIA.
Okay, so the heartburn here is that if we move forward with this visionary plan, which is just a visionary plan, which is still liable to be tweaked by council, but if we move forward with this visionary plan and then the Church Street smaller study comes back and gives us heartburn, then what do we do about those? How do we, there's conflict then. So what position does that leave us in to rectify that?
So if those two things are coming into conflict, you will not have yet changed any of the UDO text. So you will not yet have impacted any of the development rights that apply to the property today. So at that point, you could say, okay, maybe you want to go back and amend the plan, or maybe we're just doing something with the UDO text that doesn't implement that full plan's vision. Because again, it's a vision, it's a guide.
Okay, and so then as we develop the UDO text, can we incorporate language about traffic in this area? Can we somehow tie that into some of the UDO text? And, like you can't go to X height unless you can satisfy the additional traffic. Or we get to a point where we're not going to, and I'm making this up, if somehow it said Church Street needs to be 6 lanes, somehow in the UDO text we can say that's out of the question. I mean, we could kind of put these stop gap kind of measures in there. Is that?
You could.
Okay.
You could. And if the study came back and said 6 lanes, you're taking a lot more property away from what is shown. You might want to go back and redo a little bit and
I
tweak
shouldn't
that
have
plan
even,
some more.
And I shouldn't have even used that as an example because somebody will take that now and jump on it. That is probably so far-fetched. So I should never have used that as an example. But we can do that in the UDO, kind of talk about what is our acceptable level of road networks in that area or not.
You can, yes.
Okay. And then one last question. So you said we can always tweak this plan if, that the Church Street study comes back and, we don't like what it says. Well, maybe should we wait then to hear what the Church Street study says before we start moving on this visionary plan and the UDO text? I mean, what should come first, or should they both go together? I guess I'm trying to get some real, and you've recommended that we proceed with this, so you think these two should go in tandem. So talk about that a little bit.
I think they should because, again, you adopt the plan tonight.
you're not changing any standards or any regulations that apply to the property or exist on the property today. But by the time you get to adoption of the UDO text, you could simultaneously amend your comprehensive transportation plan to align with what that study might recommend. If you chose to hold off on doing anything with the plan until that study comes in, that puts us in a holding pattern until sometime in the spring of 2024, and we really can't get into any heavy UDO text drafting then until spring of 2024. So it would postpone the overall project 6 months or so. And we do have developers talking to us today about potentially building on the site. Again, it was an educated, I think, decision, risk, I think probably the right decision to rezone these properties to TOD proactively, better than seeing other types of development that wouldn't be TOD occur on the property. But you are still somewhat vulnerable to having something happen there that isn't really what the town wants to see at the end of the day. So moving along with that drafting and getting that UDO text in place is important in terms of ensuring that what goes there is what you want, because what the code largely talks about today is more of that horizontal mix of uses, lesser building height, lots of surface parking, and that doesn't appear to be the direction you're going with the larger vision.
Okay, and I'll just make one last comment on, if you just pull up the slide 12, the one where you showed the two, and again, these are preliminary kind of, yeah, today we could have what's on the left.
Yes,
If
and
we
we
don't
did
start
make
moving.
some tweaks to the text that supported that vision, but it does not go nearly as far as you would want to get what's on the right.
And again, these are, I mean, on the right, they're just boxes, but it's, I don't want what's on the left.
Right. And keep in mind too that what's on the right, part of what's in the plan are road types. So that would get built into the UDO text, making sure you have wide sidewalks that could accommodate seating and other things to create that pedestrian environment. You don't have that with the one on the left.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
Thanks, Michelle. My question is, I keep hearing that there are people who are interested on this site, right? Did you guys get any preliminary meetings for any site plan submission?
So we have had meetings with different individuals potentially interested in the property, going over broad concepts. I will say to date, those individuals have been wanting to take advantage of what it looks like we're heading towards with the TOD West.
Yeah. Okay. So
and
there
South. I should mention the South as well.
So
but there hasn't been, we haven't received, there's more interest in West right now because those are the properties that are on the market.
Okay. So they're more interested in the future use that we are trying to do. Do you think in the current state it is, they're going to develop it, or as is today?
I can't answer
No,
that
absolutely.
question.
That's fine. So my question is pretty simple. Like all the questions that Anne or Vicky or Liz have been asking, you're asking about TIA. I'm not worried about the TIA. TIA will determine whatever is the need of that particular site based on the traffic inputs. And also, I would like our study to consider the Church Street Park, on a busy day, what it would look like. So that, but my main rub here is always the CTP, because that's the main governing document. As of today, if they had to come, or even after we do the UDO and not do the CTP, they're not obligated to do a 4-lane. And I think, in my opinion, this is the time to determine if that requires truly a 4-lane or not. And if the study comes back, unfortunately, it is only 2-lane need, I'll accept it. It is because it's data driven and there's nothing, emotions are emotions. And I agree, like there's a lot of backup. But the last study that was done in 2019, I suppose. And so it's 4 years, a lot of things have changed. And so I'm not against any of these things, but I'm more interested in updating the CTP to the true value of what is needed there today. Because that's the whole thing. If you go talk to the neighbors, you talk to everyone, they're always talking about, they are concerned about the number of apartments and all those things, but this plan has been going on, like thanks for your initial chart, since 1999, and where the plan of TOD has been going on. It's nothing new there. But over the period of time, it's the amount of housing that has come on that corridor, and also that road, like traffic, which has created bottlenecks there. I'm more interested in CTP get its true value of what it is. And these are, what you guys are doing are pretty, phenomenal and excellent changes for the betterment for us as a community and also for the developers, because you're giving all the incentives along with it. So, and till I don't have that, I don't have anything, to basically bank on to say, yes, we did it. I can't stand in front of the people and say, hey, it will be a 4-lane road based on the TIA, because TIA does not dictate a 4-lane road. It's only the turn signals and those things will dictate that.
So if we are conducting a traffic study. So if that study comes back and says 4 lanes, we would plan on bringing you a CTP amendment at the same time we brought you proposed UDO amendments. So if someone wanted to take advantage of what's on the bottom right and do kind of the TOD West plan, they would have to wait for the zoning to be approved, and we would also have an updated CTP at that point that they would also have to follow.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But why can't we wait till then, is a question.
You could wait for the Church Street study. We could bring that to you in the spring, but then we aren't really going to, at the staff level, be able to get heavy into TOD UDO text until after that. So you are probably pushing out the drafting of the UDO text amendments about another 6 months. The other option is bring them in tandem. So if someone wants to do what's shown in this plan, you will know before you adopt the TOD text that they also need to do 4 lanes if that's what's recommended. And you'll have that CTP amendment at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I need some more time to think about it, because it is, I hear what you're saying. I'm not at all, for me, I really want to ensure a data-driven answer before I understand from a staff level and working, it'll all come together. But I'm honestly worried about the CTP. That's my main worry. How can we hold the fort to the CTP to ensure it correctly reflects what it is today instead of 4 years ago? Or actually, it will be 5 by the time if the report is 2019, I'm sure that report actually is a couple of years or a year before that. So you're talking 2018 to 2024. This is a 6-year delay, like, in that report. So it's not representative of the new one. And that's my whole thing. But that's all I have.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by myself, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm hearing a mix from the council, and I am a little apprehensive myself about changing the by right development without having true alignment with UDO text and the comprehensive transportation plan, or CPP. We tend to use acronyms so frequently we forget the public probably doesn't know all the acronyms. So the transportation plan has not been updated in many years. And so having that adjusted in addition to the UDO would represent the true, more current scenario. And with the study that is being put into place, the activity of Church Street Park in the peaks of tournaments, as well as the density of the TOD, I think there's a very strong possibility that a 4-lane configuration would help ease congestion at peak times, if not overall. So it makes sense to prepare anticipatory text in relation to that. My concern is that there's potential a lot of rework if we guess wrong, or the best way to kind of smooth this out and not delay the 6 months, as you've indicated the traffic study may take, is to add this. And I know our town manager is probably not going to like this, but to add this topic, maybe a 30-minute discussion at the retreat, because I am not completely comfortable with where it is today, not because the work hasn't been done. It's just there's more data to be had and maybe some more discussion to iron out. And then to have that alignment in the council, I think is really important to staff as well. And I want to give you a lot of confidence so that it'll give you that laser focus that you need. So that's where I am sitting today. I mean, it could change in the next few weeks, but I'm concerned about by right development, and I'm concerned about the alignment of the council and where it wants to go. Thank you.
Okay. I would just say, looking at this slide, I'm hoping that our vision for the town is moving away from the left and towards the right. And no matter what else we do, the traffic study is not going to be for about 6 months. So I would like us to move forward and approve the plan as is, so that after 6 months, when we have the results of the study, whether it's either going to be 2 lanes or 4 lanes, we're ready to implement what's on the right. Because otherwise, we might end up with 2 lanes or 4 lanes on the left, which is not what we want. So it's not really about what the results of the study are, because that's unknown till then. I don't think if it ends up being 2 lanes, we want to go back to the left anyway. I don't think that if it's 4 lanes, we want to go back to the left anyway. So the results of the study, I know we want that data, but I don't know how it affects the decision, because our vision is TOD west on the right. So if our vision has changed, we should change the vision. But if that's still our vision, I don't think the traffic study results affect it. And I know that there's people who are concerned about having more density, but we have come together as a council that density in these 3 areas is appropriate and what we're looking for. And I think I know I was a little surprised at the recent TBJ article and stuff about how we have so many apartments online. That was historically happening for a long time, and now we're trying to do a more intentional managed growth. And this TOD on the right here does that because it focuses density where there will be transit options. So if that's our goal, instead of having seas of parking lots like we have at Park West, for example, I think the future is the right. And by postponing the future by an additional 6 months after we get the study results, I don't think that really buys us anything. So I would like the discussion to be, if the results are 2 lanes or 4 lanes, does that change our choice of this screen? If it does change the choice, then waiting is important. If it doesn't change the choice, I don't see why we would wait. So we still have public hearing, so we can have another round now, or we can have the public hearing, maybe close that, and then have further discussion. Is that acceptable for everybody? Okay, so unless you have something else, we'll continue the public hearing right now, but don't go far. So Town Clerk Smith, if you could go ahead and get our public hearing going, that would be wonderful.
Yes, sir. We did have 2 individuals sign up to give public hearing comment. The first individual is Sai Puvada.
So you'll have 3 minutes on this subject. If you could provide your name and your residential address, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm Sai Puvada, 104 Elm Haven Way. I've been a resident of Morrisville for the last 7 years now. So I'm here to speak, provide my comments on the TOD plan with the sole objective of balancing growth with the quality of life in Morrisville. So the TOD vision looks great for Morrisville. Thanks to the team for putting this together. However, after spending about 4 hours and wading through about 8 or 10 documents, plans, presentations, and learning about the acronyms that you just mentioned, right? I truly believe that we are placing the cart in front of the horse. So the UDO, one of the objectives of UDO is lessen congestion in the streets, 1.1.3G, right? And transportation has repeatedly been raised as cited as one of the main concerns in Morrisville. In the 2009 CTP, NC 54 McRiven expansion among 15 to 20 other projects were identified as high need or immediate need or high priority. They were not funded. Many of them were not funded. And we are still talking about the same projects even after 15 years, right? So we're still catching up with the 2009 plan. And in the meantime, Morrisville population doubled from 15,000 in 2009 to 32,000 today. In 2018 the CTP, yet again, the overwhelming response was like 81% of the respondents said, over the last 5 years, transportation has either significantly worsened or slightly worsened. 76% of the respondents said the biggest need in Morrisville is roadways. And now with the 2021 or the TOD plan that we are seeing, it proposes to add about 5,641 units. One of the plans I saw was 5,641 units. If you approximately take 4 residents per unit, it's about 20,000 residents we're adding. Now, if the TOD plan Appendix A had public comments, and if you search that, about 577 comments were related to traffic concerns. TOD plan Appendix B, existing conditions report, I didn't see anything that talks about the traffic and congestion situations in Morrisville, Appendix B. The TOD, at one of the presentations I saw, talks about the 3 road improvement projects that I think we're talking about, NC 54, McCrimmon, and Church Street. But I also saw data that 95% of Morrisville jobs were filled by non-Morrisville residents. So there is cross traffic, there are developments around Cary and others that might impact the Morrisville traffic. So again, how about the other roads and not just the 3, right? And there were also other action items from the 2021 LUP, Land Use Plan. And some of these are related to the school assignments, identifying the schools, the tree canopies and things like that, right? So summarizing, I believe we need to place the horse in front of the cart. And this is what I was proposing, right? So a single pane, a comprehensive plan, tying all dimensions and aspects of this together in one plan, integrated plan, and data to prove, as you guys spoke, data to prove that the development congestion will be addressed, right? And hard dependencies on completion of these projects, because some of these were not funded, some of them were not completed in the last 15 years. So there is always a risk that some of these might be partially funded or discontinued in the future. So how do we mitigate those risks, right? So putting hard dependencies on some of these and the action items listed.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
That's good. Yep. Next one. Yep.
The next individual signed up to give public comment is Subareddy Matareddy.
Thank you again. My name is Subba Reddy, 113 Elm Haven Way, Wexford. So this is the new finding that I want to share with the town council and mayor and staff. Thank you for extending the public hearing for this DOD. When I meet families and they said that they couldn't get a chance to participate in the public hearing because the period when we have opened this one, a lot of families was traveling or the summer vacations, and there was other school reassignment issues going on. There was totally busy, and so they requested that can we involve the neighborhood families like a HOA committees, teachers who are working here, and youth and seniors in this public hearing by conducting the special sessions in their neighborhood clubhouses like a 2-3 Providence and Kitts Creek, Shallow Grove in one meeting, and Wexford and Downing Glen like this. Can we have the separate neighborhoods meeting so that we'll have the good feedback from the neighbors? That's a special request from the neighbors. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Was there anyone signed up, sir?
No, sir, there were no individuals signed up to give in-person comment.
Was there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this subject, this public hearing? Okay. Would it be the will of this council to close the public hearing? Would anyone like to make that motion or some discussion before even a motion? I personally think that we've heard what we're going to hear.
I'm fine with
Councilmember
closing
Abadi?
public hearing.
So I actually agree that we've heard what we're going to hear, but I do also think there's a fundamental misunderstanding among the public about what this type of development is, who the target customer for the development is, what the actual impact on the town is going to be. And I heard this, I literally heard it over and over again. And I mean, Don was knocking on doors, because knocking on doors, I was knocking on doors, and I just don't, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about about what the development means. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the approval of the plan means. And I also think that as much as we make the information available, go on the website, it's available. We have public, we have meetings for the public, and 18 people show up, but I think that some of what's driving the reluctance to approve the plan is that people don't understand it and will misunderstand exactly what we're doing by approving the plan. And I think that is, I don't think that's a failing of people in town. I don't know who's failing, maybe it's nobody's, but I do think that there's a gap between what people understand about what we're doing here and what it's going to mean to the town. I don't know what to do about that in the short term. And I don't know how appropriate it is to let perception drive the actions of the council, but I think I don't feel super comfortable going ahead with a plan that I know very well is going to be very upsetting to people for reasons that are not, that are valid if what they thought was true, but what they, but based on misperceptions. So I don't know that I'm suggesting anything concrete. I don't think the problem will be remedied in the next 2 weeks. I'm definitely saying that. I won't be here at the next council meeting, but I really do think that over the next couple of weeks, we should have some in-depth conversations about how we can inform people better about what stuff like this is going to mean to their everyday lives. Because there are people who seriously think that do agree that not a lot of people showed up to two comments from public hearings and not a lot of comments. But I think that there's a lot of, the lack of comments is not indicative of a lack of opinions on the subject. So I don't think we should close the public hearing, which is what I raised my card to say. I don't think 2,000 people are going to show up at the next meeting either, but I don't think we've heard everything, at least not in open chambers in council. I don't think we've heard everything the public has to say about this. Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, then Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, then Councilmember Rao.
So I have a couple comments. In this discussion, the word vision keeps coming up, and I think, Mayor, you did highlight, like, if our vision hasn't changed, we should still go forward and approve this land use plan for TOD, the whole TOD area, and then the details are in the UDO amendments. And that helped me realize that, for me anyway, my vision has changed, particularly for TOD West. And that's partly why when Brandon and I had coffee Friday morning, I just discussed the possibility of breaking off TOD East from TOD West. I don't even know if that's an option, but I hate to bog down TOD East because of the challenges with TOD West. But in my case, the vision for TOD, from when we first started discussing this, has changed. And it's partly because of the traffic. And, that I do think, like the gentleman that spoke, we are putting the cart before the horse. If we were, I understand Michelle's concerns, but if we, and I'm very grateful that we are doing this study on Church Street, because I do think it is sorely needed with all the development, the townhomes that have been going in south of McCrimmon, and then Church Street Park, and then the potential development north of McCrimmon. But if we end up approving this plan tonight, and then start going forward with the UDO amendments, and then we get the CDP results back, and we decide based on those results that we want to change the UDO amendments, to me that means we should just wait until we have all of the data to make a better informed decision. And, I think we need to slow down here in this case. And then about apartments and schools, and I think Michelle brought this up, is right now we don't know how many bedrooms are going to go in those apartments, and it could vary. In fact, I know from the recent school reassignments, in the case of Kitts Creek, with the kids that got reassigned from Austin Ridge, one of the contributing factors was an apartment complex right across from Austin Ridge Elementary School that pushed, because it was a new apartment complex right across from the school, that pushed out the kids that had already been going there, pushed Kitts Creek kids out. So, and I know in the past we've said, you know, the people that go into apartments don't have kids and it's not going to affect school assignments. That is just not true. I know from knocking on doors, there's a lot of young families when they first moved here, go into apartments, have a couple of kids. And so that is a contributing factor in school reassignments and schools being capped. And right now, if all of those are going to be apartments at 15 floors high, we don't know how many of those are going to be 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms or 1 bedroom. So that goes to my point that my vision for this area has changed. I mean, we keep developing and developing and developing and not putting emphasis on our roads. And, you know, there's only so much we can do about schools, but we can do something about the development. So I am not in favor of voting for this tonight. I think we need more discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Rao.
Thank you. I also feel that there needs to be more time for consideration, and there needs to be alignment with the plans so that we don't have unintended consequences over time. One of the things that kind of came to mind as I'm hearing the council speak, as well as some of the comments that we've heard tonight, is after an election is a great time to offer the public opportunities to share more, like a listening tour. And it's not necessarily just TOD that people have opinions and concerns about, but a listening tour to the various areas of town might be very helpful to get feedback on the several key projects, as well as some other topics related to parks that we need to have, that we might not be able to get in another format. So we do, you know, extend different medias and different channels, but a listening tour offers yet another channel for people to engage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rao.
I myself was getting frustrated because I agree with the mayor that I think we need to execute our vision of TOD, but I think some of the council members have made a good point that I think there are a lot of people in the public that have kind of forgotten what that vision is. What's, you know, to create a live, work, play environment. It's to provide more of an opportunity for Morrisville to grow and continue our economic development. But it is concerning to me that, you know, I feel like we don't have all the data we need to make a decision that we feel is, you know, something that we can stand by and putting the cart before the horse. But at the same time, I don't want to wait 6 months. What I would want to know is, if we delay it 6 months, how is that, other than developers having to wait to do developments, how is that going to hurt the town? I mean, in terms of, is it going to be that we're not going to be able to do the text amendments, and then they're going to be able to come in and develop different things that we can't go back and change because we didn't make the changes that we needed to the UDO, right? So that's kind of where I'm at, is kind of, I don't want to wait 6 months to make this decision, because I think that's too long of a holding pattern. But I don't know whether the council can share, each of us, not tonight, but what are the data points that we need to then give staff direction to say, you know, we're gonna do this, or we gotta go back and redefine. Well, we can't do that, we have to go back and hire a consultant on redefining TOD. I mean, maybe waiting for me until like a couple of weeks, like 2 weeks, or to the retreat where we could talk about it, but then I think we've gotta make a decision. So I'd like to hear from staff, just in terms of like, if we just pushed it out 6 months, how does that help? How does that hurt the town? Because I'm more concerned about how we hurt the town in terms of road standards. I'm not so concerned about, you know, developers that want us to make a decision because they want to do work with the town. If I'm going to delay that, then I'm not so upset about that. So I'm just thinking out of the box. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to, you know, I feel like we've been put in a kind of a difficult position because we're saying, okay, accept the plan, but you know, we'll wait for the data and the analysis, which is, you know, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. So.
Did you want to address that at all, Director Stiegel?
Sorry.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sorry. Long-winded.
So I would say this isn't about getting a plan in place so a developer could come in and do a project and not have to wait. The risk to the town is that someone will drop off an application to develop the property under the current zoning, which would give you something more like what's on the left of the screen and would not get you your wide sidewalks and other things. So the longer we wait to adopt a plan, just that risk of someone coming in and developing something like what's on the left increases. The other thing that I just wanted to mention as part of this discussion is going back to really where transit-oriented development in this area came from. And that was to support regional transit in the area. So you are looking at a future BRT, we call it rapid bus in Morrisville, a future rapid bus stop, and potentially a future commuter rail stop. What we heard with a lot of the rail discussions going on and some of those funding discussions was that the land uses weren't in place to support transit. And so those applications for funding weren't successful because the land use wasn't there yet. So part of this is Morrisville kind of doing its part to get the land use in place to support those regional transportation systems that I think town council has been interested in and advocating for. Now that's a trade-off. I mean, you're talking about transportation and schools and supporting regional transit. So that's all kind of policy discussions, but this all originated with wanting to support transit.
So I think of my time in Northern Virginia, and they have the Metro Rail, and wherever there's a stop, there is this type of development and economic development. And we have the potential and the opportunity to be the airport stop, where people take different types of transit to our area there, and then they take a bus to the airport. And that's the vision that I have, and that has been in place since 2012 when the Wake County Transit Plan was initiated. So this is the opportunity to support that for the entire county and the region, because the slide on the left will not do that, but the slide on the right will. And we are in a position now that maybe we have more apartments than we would like, and we can't fix that. So looking forward into the future, what would we like Morrisville to be? Would we like Morrisville to have another destination besides the town center where people will go and congregate on wide sidewalks and enjoy lots of restaurants and activities and a large open space in the middle? Or do we want something more like the left, which is the sea of parking? Because one of those is coming, and the sooner we choose what we want, what our vision is, the sooner we'll get there. So we're continuing our discussion, but it seems to me like the council consensus is not to close the public hearing or to vote on this evening. But I think it's incumbent on us, because I think staff has done everything they can to get us to the point where we can make a decision short of having the results of that study, which is 6 months in the future. So if there's decisions to be made about whether or not TOD West, the right-hand slide here, is what we want and what we don't, Planner Director Stiegel has indicated that once the UDO amendments come towards us, we can decide the height. We can decide all of those things now. We can make it less dense at that time. But if we wait for the 6 months, we start that process then, and we'll make those decisions 6 months later. So I frankly don't see any downside of voting to advance the plan now to give staff the ability to do that work now, rather than them starting that work 6 months in the future. But that would be something that we can discuss over the next 2 weeks amongst ourselves, listen to the residents, because obviously they have lots of concerns. So that's my thoughts on that subject. And if anyone else has any other comments before we wrap this item for tonight, please let us know. Councilmember Rao.
I want to think through everything I heard tonight, and then, then come back when I'm ready to make a decision. But I want that decision to be made before retreat, and before 6 months. I also would like to hear from other council members, not tonight, but over the next few weeks, on what information we would need to feel more comfortable to support this plan, so that we can work in tandem with addressing the transportation concerns. So that's where I see.
So I think staff would want to know from us if we want this to continue on the agenda each time, or maybe just the first one in January. Or Councilmember Rabadi, did you have a question? Would staff like to weigh in on what you need from us, given what you've heard?
So and Michelle may have other thoughts, but I think what we've heard is that you are leaning towards wanting to have the results of the study, but I've also heard you saying you want to think more about it or discuss more about it. So I would actually echo Councilmember Rao's comment that if there are things that you need from us to bring back up to this point, other than a study, I don't think we've heard anything else to bring back. We're happy to do that, but we would need to know what that is. Michelle, unless you've heard. Okay, so I think that's what we would need now, and that would help us determine when this might come back to you. Because quite honestly, bringing it back in 2 weeks, unless you feel that there's going to be anything different that would cause you to take action, I'm not sure that that's the most effective or efficient approach.
Because it seems to me that the whole plan for the light rail is kind of in flux. So I would love to get some clarification on that, because it would change my opinion if there's actually light rail coming imminently, or even, I guess, even in the future. That would make a difference to me.
Yeah, we could certainly provide you with the most recent plans that are out there for light rail. Again, I think right now the funding is the primary challenge. So I don't believe that it's as close as we had once hoped. So I think we can try to get that for you, but I do fear that you would have to make this decision before you would necessarily know what's happening with light rail. Michelle? Okay.
Yeah, there's ongoing meetings about that for the passenger rail, and it's still moving forward, but the funding is no longer federal as much, so it's a little bit more challenging. So it's more likely to be phased. But yes, some of that information can be introduced into this discussion that would be helpful. So thank you.
And so then with that, I mean, I think my question would be is we can certainly provide that. We could provide that, soon by email. Do you want this to be put back on the docket, the 28th, to bring back that type of information? Or is that information you'd like but isn't going to sway you to a decision necessarily? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot with that, but again, I don't want to use the agenda space if it's not worthwhile.
I'd say the discussions may yield something, so I'd say on the 28th, and if we don't think so, we'll just say, okay, I think we're leaving that, we're parking that, continuing to park that. It's easier to have it there than not. Okay. But we could still gather your input and know whether or not that's something that would happen. So I'd request it still be there, but it would be a 1-minute thing if it's not going to be voted on. I think, but we'd have to close the public hearing at that time too. Because it would still be open. We wouldn't be able to vote until we close that. It's kind of like our meetings. It's hard to arrange them, but once it's on there, we can always get rid of it. Would that be
Any
okay
other
with people?
information that you would like brought back the 28th?
I'm trying to, Councilmember Rabadi indicated that people don't quite understand the vision. So maybe there's an opportunity to just do a 1-page refresh about why we're at this point and what the benefits. Tell us what the difference between the left side and the right side is for the town going forward, I guess. And if you could bring back information about whether or not it'd be reasonable to break off TOD West from the other two and pass the other two.
Michelle.
I didn't hear anyone being negative about the south. Do we have concerns about the south? Yeah, Councilmember Garamella.
I think, perception is everything that's going on right now, and reality is, I've heard different 10,000 apartments, 5,000 apartments, and the number keeps fluctuating as if, it's building apartment is like, whatever. Bottom line, I think it would be a good white paper, Michelle, like you have always done, especially for the baseball. It was very helpful for me to read that. It just gave what really is in this. It's not just people are portraying as if it is like 5,000 apartments, period. There's more to it. The whole amount of effort that you guys have taken in improving this area with the intricacies of sidewalks and all those things. That is the beauty of this TOD, which I am so fascinated, when it develops into. But those are not coming out. It's only thing which is getting portrayed is only you're putting more apartments on my street and we don't have a way to get out. That's the common theme that has been going out everywhere when I door knock or hear from people. And that is one of the reasons a public record request was done as to how the voting records are. And so for us, it's more about giving the facts, what are you getting in this area is more important. And also keep hearing about the TOD. It is transit oriented. We'll be getting rapid transit, the bus. When are we going to get it in that too? When is the anticipated light rail, if at all? Because the questions will come to, any one of us will say, okay, you're doing TOD, a train is not going to come for the next 15 years. Then where is the traffic going through Church Street? So those are the kind of questions that people come out and ask. But they do not, they're always looking for what is for me now than what for the future. And for us as a planning, we got to do what's for the future, but that's not the people are ready to listen to. And that's where the key problem is. And for my purpose, just for me, is the CTP is a sticky point for me. And I don't have any issues with, voting on the other part. Is I want to ensure CTP has the right amount of bandwidth and not be a choke point for the residents down the street.
If I could ask, if the CTP said it had to be 4 lanes right now, would you be in favor of going forward?
Absolutely. change the CTP now, 4-lane, I'll vote right now. I'm ready. But that needs data to do that. They can't just do it like that, right?
Well, I mean, that's the worst case scenario is that it says that it should be 4 lanes, right?
Not the worst lane,
Well, that drives your decision. If it ends up coming to 2 lanes, does that change your vote?
If it is data driven and it comes to 2-lane, I'll accept it. I'll accept
how
what
would
the
that
data is. Right now, I don't. So my assumption is 4 lanes. So if we put in a CTP 4-lane, I'm ready to vote now. As simple as that.
But generally, we change the CTP with data-driven decisions.
Exactly. So that's the reason it's a catch-22. We don't have the data. We can't vote 4-lane.
I mentioned a possible overlay, so everything needs a rezoning, like we did for the airport overlay, or is it possible to just implement an overlay?
Not necessarily. So you would need to do some text amendments to implement an overlay, and then we're getting into that zoning discussion at that point as well. If I could, I did want to just speak briefly to a suggestion that we maybe move forward with TOD East or TOD South. I would recommend that council act on the overall plan at one time, with the idea being that there are similar principles recommended for the 3 corners related to things like public spaces, road types, how buildings address the street, the height. And so looking to make that whole TOD area bring some cohesiveness to the whole area. And so we'd rather not piecemeal that out, but wait until you could recommend one way or the other on the whole plan.
Okay. There's mention about a white paper and making sure we have accurate data. So maybe if you're able to create something like that, that would indicate what would be the lowest possible density that would support transit-oriented development. And I know that's a bit of an art. There's no firm numbers there, but then what the densities could be with the incentives and things like that. Because I heard 15 stories. I don't think it's going to be 15 stories, but what would be the minimum number that might be acceptable to the people who aren't totally invested in the vision at this point? You know what I mean?
So we would need the consultants' help reworking and redoing some models, which comes with, additional time and cost. We could also do that at the same time that we do UDO text, as we're potentially talking about those heights. But if that's additional information you want brought back, if you want to revisit that height discussion now, we would need some time to work with the consultant on the modeling.
Because that's kind of what would happen in 6 months anyway, is we'd be having that height discussion. So I'm just trying to see if having the height discussion would allow any council members to actually vote sooner rather than 6 months. And that's a maybe, I guess. Councilmember Garamella?
Being practical, even if, Michelle, we can get a raw analysis of the TIA or the transportation for the retreat, that will help, because they had to collect the data and they had to analyze the data. And then finally, they take a lot of time to come up with whatever they had to do. If they can get that, rough analysis by the retreat, which is almost 2 months from now, that would give us every fuel to move forward, at least that before the final report comes, they said, this is what it's looking like. I'm ready even for that data, because that will help. The final report will take time, but I've done that in Breckenridge. They did for a week or 2, and then they gave the preliminary, what it looks like, the stacking. They gave a whole video of how the stacking will go and all kinds of things. So it's if that kind of a model is given by a retreat time, I'm ready. And actually, many would be ready too. Like, I don't want to talk to them, but at least gives you real data to,
Okay. I hope that you have what you need.
Michelle, is it realistic to get the traffic study results by, so keeping in mind, and we're going to talk in a few minutes about scheduling of the retreat, but that looks like it's going to be January 19th, which means that we've got to have information to you no later than the 12th of January, which means we've got to have information back from the consultant in advance of that so that it can be put into a format and understood by our staff to make sure they can make an intelligent presentation to you. So I'm struggling to see where that could be accomplished by early January, given that it's November 14th.
Not based on the preliminary scope and timeline that we have from the consultant. We wouldn't have anything by January.
They had to use TIA as a baseline to come up with a study. So it's what they do is they put those those pipes on the street, and then they see for a week how much it is, and they collect all the data and they take back to analysis. So many a times what Michelle is saying, these forms are all backed up. They're doing tons of other Kimley Horns and others, or like Timothy's and Acons, and all those things are so backed up. But if we can get someone who can really, get the ball rolling, that it's not a whole lot of time, like a whole lot of things to do if they have it ready to go. It's just they are backed up. That's the key, I think. Am I right, Michelle? Because
that could potentially factor into it, but I think the analysis that needs to happen is looking at existing traffic counts. The consultant has the CIA from the Cricket study, projecting traffic from the new development, and just running the counts and the analysis that they need to do. It takes time. And so we were given about a 6 months time frame to complete the work.
did you try for any new vendors?
So we are using one of our on-call firms, which does allow that process to move faster, but it still takes time, and we won't have anything by January.
Okay, I'm gonna say, if you want, I can help you in a few, but I don't want to get into it. That's muddy the water, but I'll let you guys do that.
Okay.
So I think what you're hearing, Mr. Mayor, is that if you would like your next discussion to include results from the traffic study, then that's going to be likely a work session, perhaps in February.
For preliminary results.
Perhaps.
For
I think we'd have to talk to whoever
Right.
we, ultimately contract with. I think that would be the earliest that you would see anything. Again, keeping in mind, you're going to essentially lose 2 weeks between holidays. So that just shortens that time up even more.
Understood.
So I would suggest that we agree to table this for now, and that as we get that information from the consultant, that we'll be able to come back to you and give you some information on when we might be able to get it back on the agenda.
Okay. Is council comfortable with that? Tabled. Okay. This item is tabled. Public hearing remains open, and we will let the public know when they'll be able to come back and speak on this. Until then, we are always welcoming emails on this subject during the public hearing. Okay. Do we need a break, or are we doing okay?
Keep going.
Let's keep going. Okay. Yes, please. That would essentially create the decision that we are giving up the part of that, because that's the urgency, is my understanding from staff, if staff wants to address that.
That's correct. So we've already requested an extension on that project. That extension was granted until October of 2024. So I think that staff would agree that we're up against it a little bit to get that done if you were to approve that tonight. If you were to wait until the retreat, we would absolutely not be able to finish that project before the deadline and would lose the part of grant.
No, we were voting in 2 weeks.
Well, why don't we,
on
since
this.
we're talking about it, why don't we introduce it and then have the conversation? Let staff present. We're talking about it and haven't even introduced it yet.
Okay. So, can we go ahead and introduce this item so that we have an opportunity to vote in 2 weeks if we choose?
We need,
Okay. So let's go ahead. Action items, number 11. We'll look to take a break after this one because it's getting there. There is one new item on this evening's agenda, a resolution and capital project ordinance amendment authorizing construction of Crabtree Creek Nature Park. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering, will facilitate the item. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering for the record. It's good to see everybody. Item 11A is a brief for the resolution and capital project ordinance amendment authorizing construction of the Crabtree Creek Nature Park project. For background, we have completed the design and permitting for the project, so we are ready for construction. As you know, the town's been awarded a $500,000 PARTIF grant that was awarded back in October of 2020, and as the manager mentioned, we have an extension up until October of 2024 to complete the project. We have also selected Balfour Beatty as our construction manager at risk to take on the construction phase of this project. Last month, our staff and Balfour Beatty advertised the project for bid with pre-qualified subcontractors. We bid out the project and we've developed a guaranteed maximum price with Balfour Beatty LLC in an amount not to exceed of $6,053,993. In addition to that, we've set aside $217,000 to cover the cost of construction administration, geotechnical testing, signage, and additional owner contingency. Just as additional information, the project cost at the time that the grant application was submitted was $3.9 million. That was in May of 2020, so a few years back. Prior to bidding the project in February of this year, we had a construction estimated bid of $4.9 million. And as you can see where the bids came in at just now. For additional background, the town has spent about $500,000 in pre-construction and design services on the project. And other considerations, if we elect to make changes to the project scope or cancel the project, we will need to notify PARTIF of these changes and forfeit the grant and potentially jeopardize future grant opportunities. Sorry. Because there's no presentation, it's simply just a resolution. But yeah, I'm just giving some background on it. Can you pull it down, Eric? Yeah. There's no presentation, it's just simply just a resolution. And I'm here to answer questions as well as Jeannie Hooks, the manager, and the management team.
Okay. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
okay. Thank you. I've mentioned this in the past, but probably haven't been in the majority on the council. But there is a concept called sunk cost. And what it means is we've invested a lot of money and that money is spent and can never be recovered. There are choices to continue on the path that we have and to continue to spend money on a project that could potentially keep increasing in cost, or we could pause and determine where this project goes in the prioritized list of projects that are still outstanding. Doing simple math, this project was originally, when it was just a dream, a concept, around $2 million. And that seemed like a lot at the time when costs were different before the pandemic. With a $500,000 grant, that was a 25% contribution towards the project, and that was fantastic. Today, with the project total cost looking upwards of $6 million, that 25% grant now drops below 10% of the project cost. We have additional major projects that are competing for future funds that are at risk, such as the town center, such as some of our road projects, such as some of our other park projects. And the council has to make some difficult choices. This is what I would call a ready project. It's ready for shovel. However, we don't know if it's really going to come out at 6 million, and we could impact our cash flow for future projects that are also almost shovel ready. So I am thinking coming here tonight that this needs to pause and we need to talk about it more at the retreat. With that, I am aware that the part of grant is at risk. However, that part of grant is now less than 10% of the project cost. And we aren't the only town that is facing difficult decisions based on some of their projects. It's a reasonable reconsideration with the current economic inflationary environment. So I would, apologize and explain exactly how difficult this is to fund something that has gone to 300% of the original concept price. So that's where I stand today, and I'd like to hear from my other council members.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please, followed by Councilmember Rabati.
So this is a project that we advertised we would fund when we were asking the public to vote on the bonds in 2021. So it pains me to want to have to pause on this project when that was kind of a commitment we made. But having said that, the costs have escalated, and the part of grant is concerning to me, Mark. I would hope maybe we could have some kind of conversation to describe the situation we're in and how this has changed. And when there's significant changes in cost, I would hope that would be understood. And that we would not jeopardize any future grant applications, because we've been very lucky over the years and have done very well through Part F grants. And so I don't want to jeopardize the future, but I understand what's at risk there. But the project has just escalated. And I realize you have a not to exceed number in there. So there is some guarantee, but it still is a number that is far higher than we all anticipated. And having said all that, so I am not looking to end this project in any way, but to pause it. And I do think maybe to talk about at retreat and how we can reprioritize this park and this project would be a good discussion. I think there are some other CIP projects that are more valuable to the public than this one. Not that this is not valuable. There are some great amenities that we have factored into this park. More than the public even talks about half the time. But there are some really good amenities for our citizens. But there are also some other projects that need to be funded that are going to be probably far more used, and I acknowledge that. So I think this, unfortunately, is just escalated far too much. And having said that, the next time we come around to it, the price will be even higher. I know that, and so we'll need to figure that out when this project comes back up again. And then, so I do have a question. Having said all that, the design work that we've done is not lost. That is that sunk cost. I mean, we have that, but that's a design that we can come back to in the future. Is that fair to say that?
Yes, the design plans can be reused in the future if we decide to choose to do that. I'm assuming whatever the future date may or may not be, that we won't make any other improvements to the park that would require us to come back and resurvey and things like that. But if we keep the park relatively consistent the way it is now, and then we come back at a future date, yeah, the design plans could still be reused for that.
Okay, thank you. Again, pains me to say that, but because we've come so far on it. But it is a shovel-ready project that hopefully in the future, who knows what other kind of funding may be out there that we can take advantage of. So, thank you.
Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
Yeah, I have to say that the point, when a project gets to the point where we're talking about sunk costs, quite honestly, that is always painful because it's indicative of the amount of work and the amount of time, the amount of energy that's gone into a project. It's always painful. But so I'm wondering if when we talk about keeping the project alive, I wonder if we could, I think what I want to talk about at retreat, if I'm honest, is the things that I love about this project were the educational opportunities and the, like the school field trips and I always had a secret hope we would put bees there and that kind of thing. And, so I'm wondering if it's not possible. I understand that we'll lose the Partif grant, but for significantly less money than we would have to put into this project, I'm wondering if we could talk about, kind of just regroup and talk about what were the things that we really loved about this project and where else in town do we already have places where those individual things could be replicated? Because I think there's value in having open land with trees on it, for no other reason than to have open land with trees. I think that would be a beautiful use for that piece of land, and think about relocating the other parts of the project to other areas. So, I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I think that there were, like I already said it. There are things I really, really like about this project that I'd be really reluctant to lose. But, I think that it's something that we have to discuss as a group.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah, I think, Mark, how much did you spend for the design? I think $500,000 or something, to my last
Right, so the design and pre-construction services were $511,000.
So, bottom line, what we lose is a wash between 500 that we are going to get versus what it is. Silly question, but I have to ask, the amount of inflation that has increased over a period of time post-COVID, does a Partif, can they do $1 million or something like that?
So, not a bad question. I did go back to our Partif grant contract and the requirements, and no, they are capped at the $500,000 in perpetuity. As long as the project's open, they won't contribute more. So I did any increased costs are on the local government. I did check that to see.
Because our costs are increasing and they just.
I agree.
So what is this October 24th date? Is this you have to be completed, or is it has started? I'm trying to understand that.
So the October 24th is the project would be completed.
What if it is not? Or if it is halfway, or whatever it is? So
they don't have any specific guidelines in their contract or requirements that have any stipulation about that. My guess is if we're 3/4 of the way there, that we could probably get a small extension to cover the rest of the time. But I haven't had a chance to talk to them about that.
So yeah, I meant to say, with this is Wake County. Everyone knows what goes on. We can't even get a TIA. It's taking 6 months. So even if you give these guys the contract, I bet you they won't be able to finish by October anyway.
I don't entirely agree. I think our approach here with hiring Balfour Beatty as our construction manager at risk, and putting them at risk to meeting the deadline, and having a set price, a guaranteed maximum price, kind of puts the onus on them, and they've been able to successfully complete projects of similar nature
Right.
within the time frame.
So-
It's tough, but we can't go any further than the 28th.
So, what I'm trying to hear is, yes, we need a deep discussion on these topics because it's been a long time that we talked about it. I like Vicky's analogy of how the cost has gone significantly higher and there's no end to it, and then not putting in the costs that are needed for maintenance too, for future and all the things. If it can't wait for a retreat, I'm also okay for a work session discussion on this even before that, because there's nothing. I'm going to say we really have to sit down and look at all other projects. The good thing about this one is, as you rightly said, land is ours, design is ours, right? So it's not going anywhere. Pretty much, it's not like we are against a race condition that Church Street Park, we had to finish those 8 practice pitches or those kind of things. We were under the gun for our obligation for the contract. I agree with the rest. Like, a discussion is needed to basically decide what to do. Getting the resolution here is good, but I don't think it's fair to just approach $6 million without a proper discussion among ourselves with all the other priorities which are there. That is, I feel, would be a little reckless on my part.
Okay, so it sounds like you're comfortable with a retreat discussion for this, so giving up the part if, but.
Yeah, 500,000 at this time. I'm not even worried about it. I'll be very honest. Like, if it's like Carrot and this one, it's we're a town that I can, we can take that hit any day because it has gone from 2 to 6.5. Right. I got to be realistic too.
Okay, I tend to agree. I wouldn't be in favor of voting this forward in 2 weeks myself. So waiting till retreat to discuss it further meets my needs. Did either of you two want to weigh in, or I'm seeing head nods from Steve? Okay, Councilmember Pender, anything you want to add? Because we're addressing this again in 2 weeks, unless we want to say tonight that we're not even going to vote in 2 weeks and we're just going to wait till the retreat, which is another option. Is the council comfortable with that, even though we said we'd be voting in 2 weeks, that we'll table this one as well? Okay, doesn't sound like anyone's really interested in that. So is that okay with?
Yep.
Well, it's at our discretion. Is there anything else that you need besides that we'd like some time at the retreat to discuss this, probably as part of the CIP discussion? Is that a fair thing, or do we need a solo time? Well, we'll talk about retreat in a few minutes. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Magnoli. Yep. Why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute break, everybody? We'll reconvene at 9:40, please. Number 12, future meetings, events, and community engagement and opportunities. National Take a Hike Day is November 17th. Come celebrate with us at 2 p.m. The trail walk on the Hatcher Creek Greenway. Please meet at Morrisville Community Park at the picnic shelter. Santa Claus has contacted the Morrisville Parks and Recs and Cultural Resources Department and let them know that he and Mrs. Claus will be calling Morrisville children ages 3 until 8 years old this holiday season. Register now online by Monday, November 27th at 5 p.m. All calls will be made on Wednesday, December 6th from 6 till 8 p.m. Register online for our next Winter Goods Collection Day, which will be Thursday, December 7th. The Morrisville Senior Center is always active, including free blood pressure clinic from noon until 1 p.m. this Friday, November 17th. See the senior webpage for a full listing of their trips and activities. The third annual Turkey Bowl is this Saturday, November 18th, 10 a.m. at Morrisville Community Park. The Morrisville Police Department and the Morrisville Fire Rescue Department will compete against each other in a game of kickball. Admission is one non-perishable food item per person. All donations go to families in need this holiday season. Morrisville Fire Department is collecting Toys for Tots through Sunday, November 26th. Donation drop boxes are in the lobbies of Fire Station Number 1, 200 Town Hall Drive, Fire Station Number 2, 10632 Chapel Hill Road, and Fire Station Number 3 at 1021 Harris Mill Road. Donations should be new unwrapped toys. Toys that look like realistic weapons or gifts with food are not accepted. These lobbies are open 24 hours a day. Residents are invited to apply for the Community Police Academy, a free 8-week program designed to give participants a working knowledge of the Morrisville Police Department. It is intended to increase transparency and enhance understanding between the community and the police. The academy will be held Monday nights from January 8th through February 26th from 6 till 8 p.m. Please register online. Please note the participants must be age 21 or older and must live or work in Morrisville. Background checks will be done on all applicants. Save the date for our annual tree lighting. This year, starting on a Saturday at 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. The event will be held on Town Hall Drive at the Indian Creek Trailhead. We will have crafts, music, local student performances, hot chocolate, visits from Santa and the Grinch, and the official tree and building lighting ceremony. For a full listing of events, please see the town calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov. Now we're at council and manager comments. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Fender.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the pleasure of attending the town's Veterans Day ceremony and the 5K sponsored by the Morrisville Veterans Committee. Both events were, as usual, just really well run, and it was such a pleasure to see so many staff out there and how much the event has grown in even from the first year to the second year. So I just wanted to congratulate all involved and and my husband was a veteran. It always is a pleasure to get to speak about his service to his country at these events. So it was a very meaningful event. I appreciated it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Rao.
I have no comments.
Councilmember Rao, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Just a couple of comments. First of all, I wanted to just say that I wasn't able to interview local just so sad for the loss of Dr. Frederick saying the community engaged resident. Many on the council knew him and we pray for his family. Great Veterans Day events, the Valley events was a real hit. I want to thank Councilmember Caramella for his initial idea of the Citizen Proclamation, which we issued to Great Burmy, and that was just a really, really great thing to do. VAPS had a great Valley event as well. The final two things I'll say is, real quickly, it's Global Entrepreneurship Week. I attended the NCIDS Summit today in Raleigh. Looking forward to seeing continued progress from our town for small businesses. And I want to give a shout out to John Holden and the city of Raleigh for hosting the Triumph Plus Communities Conference. Brandon Zuderman did a wonderful job on a panel that moderated on Swanson's successes and lessons learned. Everybody across the county is talking about Morrisville and our smart city initiatives. So Brandon, Final thing, just congratulations on 45 years. Another example of how our town is becoming a destination for market-leading companies across all verticals, and now sustainable manufacturing is coming in Morrisville, so it's great. So happy Thanksgiving to all, and see you in a few weeks.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
So, as Councilmember Rao already indicated, we lost a longtime Morrisville resident recently. Dr. Narinder Singh passed away at his home here in Morrisville on November 6th after a 5-year illness. And many of our residents will remember Dr. Singh from his involvement in our community and his contributions to the town of Morrisville. He served for many years on the Morrisville Board of Adjustment and as its chair. And Dr. Singh was a kind, compassionate, and brilliant man who could engage in conversations on a whole host of topics. He held multiple degrees, including a PhD in nuclear and radiation chemistry. Dr. Singh recently retired from Methodist University, where he taught for 40 years. And while at Methodist University, he founded the chemistry department, eventually becoming chair of the department. Dr. Singh always had a huge smile and kind words for everyone he met. I greatly respected and admired Dr. Singh. I'm grateful for his friendship and counsel over the years. I send my deep condolences to Dr. Singh's wife of 45 years, Pushpa, and his amazing 4 daughters. Dr. Singh was immensely proud of his daughters. And at his service last week, they honored him with the love and respect that a wonderful dad like Dr. Singh was so deserving of. I wish his family peace and comfort in the days ahead. Thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Yeah, I will follow up with what Liz started. Like, I had the opportunity to go to his house several times, and the hospitality is just wonderful of Dr. Singh. And obviously, a lot of memories, and he will be surely missed. Wanted to talk about 3 things. One, yesterday I had the opportunity to go to Winston-Salem. The governor signed the Diwali proclamation there. So Senator Chowdhury asked if I wanted to ride along. So it was a good 1 hour, 45 minutes where we discussed a lot of things. And he specifically picked a temple outside of the triangle because there are many other places. So had the opportunity to go. The governor was there, spent an hour, and I think Councilmember Rao who also attended towards the end. The drive was interesting, but it was a good. It kind of signified, the importance of the proclamation, but going all across the state. And the second, I want to thank Brandon for helping. We had an NCLM committee meeting in Morrisville today. I'm the chair of the Legislative and Policy Committee. We have close to 30 to 35 people from different parts of the state come over here. And this was the precursor of several meetings that we plan to attend. I and Vice Chair Mayor Eckert from Charlotte, we would be going regionally all across North Carolina to ensure 4, 5 to 6 counties together. We meet their local representatives and the people from the General Assembly to have that kind of a bonding. If any bills that come through the cracks that NCLM is not aware of, at least those relationships will help in bridging at the right time. Erin was there, she's always a rock star. She knows pretty much everything, so I didn't have to talk much. But it was a good meeting. It was held at the historic church, and thanks for helping doing that. And last but not the least, happy Thanksgiving. This whole year, everyone has worked really, really hard, and I really want to thank from the bottom of my heart to all the staff and the support staffs and everyone, and especially the first responders, for all that they do. Really thankful for being in a town that today at the NCLM, everyone is saying, oh, wow, Morrisville is so great. It felt really good to hear that. Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was not able to attend the funeral for Dr. Singh, but he was someone that was larger than life. He was a very tall, proud, and kind person, and he was excited to see you no matter where you were, no matter when you saw him. A big smile would erupt, and he was just so happy to see you. So that sun that he always illuminated, I will miss, but I know that he has shared that with his family, and they will continue to shine brightly. So that's wonderful. And with that, I also want to acknowledge that Thanksgiving is quickly approaching, and we need to reflect and be thankful for where we are today. We are coming very strongly out of the pandemic. Our new normal is feeling almost like it was pre-pandemic, but there are some lessons that we've all learned. So I'm very grateful that we're able to see people and work in person and have more events in person and celebrate each other. So I'm very thankful for all of my council members that got reelected. But most importantly, I look forward to the future as we build Morrisville going ahead. So thank you.
Dr. Singh's passing was very sad. I was able to attend the funeral, and it was very emotional for a lot of people, but he was just a very kind and generous soul. I want to say thank you also to our veterans and their families. I was proud that we have so many veterans on our staff, and also happy Diwali to all. I always enjoy our Trick or Treat the Trail, and thank you to all the families, sponsors, and volunteers who made it even more special this year. I heard that we had about 7,000 participants, so may the force be with you. As the weather gets chillier and the leaves start to turn colors and fall from their limbs, it is a perfect time to get out and enjoy a nice walk in the woods at our Dragonfly Disc Golf Course behind our Healthy Food Hub Farmers Market area. The added bonus is as the leaves fall from the trees, they pose less of a barrier to getting your disc into the baskets. So I hope to see you all out there soon, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. I'd like to recognize Town Manager Zudema in case there's any updates from staff.
Nothing additional, sir.
Okay, excellent. We are now at our work session. If we can all just move on down to the table, that's where we'll be finishing our meeting this evening. So no break, we're just heading right down, please. Please bring your blue.
So sorry.
Yeah, we'll share. Don't worry.
Table needs a little slide to it.
So we have one work session tonight, a 2024 council meeting schedule and retreat discussion. Brandon Zudema, town manager, will facilitate. Town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Really three things to discuss tonight. One is your meeting schedule for 2024. Second would be where you would like to go for your retreat. And then third would be what would you like to talk about at your retreat. So I'll start with the schedule. That is up behind me, I believe, yes, on the screen. Thank you, Eric. So one change to that, just a complete oversight on my part. We had put a work session on April 25th, and that is still part of City Vision. It runs until that Friday, my mistake. So I'm going to suggest that we potentially move that to April 11th. So that would be the same week as your meeting, that second week of April. And that is intended to be a general topic work session unless it's specifically needed for budget. So sort of going back to the beginning of the schedule, so we're going to continue unless anyone feels differently, second and fourth Tuesday, and typically putting a work session on either a Tuesday or a Thursday, depending on how things fall, typically on Thursdays. So January, we would have our two regular meetings on the 9th and the 23rd. We are recommending the weekend of the 18th through the 21st for the council retreat. We had looked at 4 different weekends, but there are conflicts amongst you for the other 3. So that's the one weekend we can get together. So we're suggesting that weekend because it made it pretty simple. There's not a lot of debate there. I will say that's a little earlier than probably our preference. We're not sure where we may be on reveal money and revenue numbers, but doesn't mean we can't still have a meaningful conversation around that concept or around that philosophically. So we looked through the first 2 weekends in February and couldn't make it work. And after that, it's too late to try to get budget together on our part. We need that feedback from you sooner than that. Yeah, sorry. So that would be where we would do something here Thursday night with the department heads. We're talking about what that might be. I'm not sure it's going to be the same usual. Everybody has, 7 minutes to speed date. We may look at just a more social opportunity for you to interact with staff, and we can maybe just make a few smaller presentations. And then we're considering just giving each department an opportunity to come once, so one department per month. So we got 12 departments, we got 12 months. Again, I'm not great at math, but that'll work. Where they would give you, a shorter presentation, just an update on what they're doing, who their staff is, what they're focused on, that sort of thing. And we'll circle back with what that would look like on the schedule. So then we would go the 19th to the 21st out of town. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. February would be a very straightforward month, 2 regular meetings and a work session. And so we did not schedule a work session every month, but did want to put several on here to hold because as somebody mentioned, it's always easier to not need them than to try to get us together to add one. That doesn't tend to go great for us. So. The consensus in the past has been not to try to have things 3 consecutive weeks where there may be people that need to travel or do other things, but I mean, that's part of what this discussion is for.
I guess if everybody else is still fine, I'm fine.
I'm fine either way. I don't travel.
So what we usually do is a work session on the 4th Thursday following. So it's only 2 weeks of activity for council generally. But I think the question was asked of, could it be in that midweek? But we traditionally haven't done that.
I'm fine with the way it is.
Do you guys have your travel schedules already? Like maybe we do one way and one the other way?
I could literally travel on a dime, frankly. All right, never mind, it's fine.
Okay. So February would be 2 regular meetings and a work session. That would be a general topic work session. March would be 2 regular meetings and then a budget work session. So that would follow up on what a discussion coming out of the retreat was. April 9th would be a regular meeting. April 11th would be a work session. So that would be the Thursday of the first meeting rather than the second because of City Vision. Normally, your second meeting would be the 23rd of April. We're suggesting the 22nd because you could meet that night and then still leave Tuesday morning to get to City Vision. I don't think it starts generally till noon. So that should be okay. It's in Winston-Salem, so I mean, you're an hour and a half, 2 hours away from it. And then the 30th, not a meeting, but we would deliver budget to you on April 30th. So you would get a budget book delivered to your home. And then we have the next work session, the presentation of the budget on May 14th. The idea there is that you would have 2 weeks to look at that budget and sort of work through it. Again, hopefully you have heard and seen most of that by that time through work sessions. But again, want you to have some time from actually seeing the document before we ask you to talk about it on May 14th. May 16th would be a budget work session, and then May 28th would be your regular meeting, and that would include the public hearing for the budget and potentially budget work session as needed, and then tentatively would hold May 30th as a budget work session as well. Typically, we have not needed all of those, but again, easier to have them and not need them than to try to add. June 6th would be the final budget work session if it was needed. Again, we've not needed that, at least I don't think any of the times that I've been here for the last 4 years. So, but again, just placeholder. And then your regular meetings, June 11th, we would be anticipating budget adoption. And then June 25th would be a regular meeting. And if for any reason you didn't adopt the 11th, you would adopt the 25th. But of course, we'd like to steer clear of that if we don't have to. And then we just really get into regular. July would just have 2 regular meetings. August would have 2 regular meetings and a work session. September would have 2 regular meetings and a work session. October, just 2 regular meetings. November, 2 regular meetings and a work session. I'm doing that one earlier in the month because of Thanksgiving, and then just your single December meeting. Any questions, concerns with that?
Why no work session in October, but then a work session in November?
Just trying to spread them out a little bit. We generally don't do July because of vacations and things like that. So hitting August and September, but then trying to skip October to not have one every single month. If you'd like to schedule one, we can make that happen.
Well, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, just trying to, I think in the past, we've gotten feedback about having too many work sessions scheduled.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting we add another one. I was just wondering if it makes more sense to not have the one in November.
Have it in October instead.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Is that other consensus around October rather than November?
I'd say add one to October and we'll probably get rid of it, or get rid of the November one. We don't need it, just for the
When's
reasons
Thanksgiving?
earlier.
I know. Is it the 28th
I believe so.
I'm not sure if it's 21st
of
or
2024?
28th.
Yeah, that's what I don't know either. Of 2024? No, it's either the 21st or the 28th.
Wednesdays, 23rd, and Thursdays.
You're right.
No, I'm talking about November. I'm in November.
Trying to figure out when things.
I'm trying to figure out if I like that or not. I'm trying to figure out.
The discussion was whether or not to just move the November work session to October, and I said, why don't we just add one to October and get rid of one if we need to.
Yeah.
Super
It's
early,
okay. You're right. Okay, I'm sorry. So now we're back to October. I would leave it in November personally, but okay, I can deal with October too.
Is there any support for just adding one to October and then with the expectation we'll probably get rid of one or the other? We've done that, yeah.
Scary.
October 24th going once, going twice. Hearing no objection, we'll add October 24th with the understanding that we will not do 4 months in a row of work sessions.
Sounds good.
How's that?
Give us what?
We can work something out. Okay. So then what we're looking at, based on what you see on the screen, we're changing April 25th to April 11th, and we are adding October 24th as a work session, and we will do the retreat January 19th through 21st. Okay, we'll bring that back the 28th on consent to get approval. Okay? Retreat, where do you want to go? So we had initially outlined sort of three options. Councilmember Fender helped me see that City Vision is in Winston-Salem, so don't know if it makes much sense to go there, twice in 3 or 4 months. So what we were suggesting was either New Bern, that would take us east. We haven't been to New Bern in the last 4 or 5 years. What the feedback I've heard is that was a good retreat.
Okay, there's a little bit of concern because somebody was bitten by a recluse spider and had to be hospitalized.
Oh, that's
Oh,
gonna be
so
a hard
we can't
no.
go to Newburgh because
No.
of that?
So you don't want to go back to New Bern?
So the clerk of Newburgh says you will give us a royal treatment because I beat Newburgh pretty good. I'm fine, I think double.
What was the other option?
I think the other option is going towards like High Point.
I don't want to go there.
Okay.
Poor High Point. I'm all in
Okay,
for High
so
Point.
anybody opposed to New Bern, or does anybody want to suggest something else?
Okay, I'm okay because he had the.
I'll make sure that.
We'll watch you. We'll watch you.
Once bumped my head in High Point, so I don't want to go there.
Okay.
Do we need clarity on what the current spider situation is?
I'm going to assure you we're going to select a spider-free environment.
All right, because that's gonna be a deal breaker for me.
That was not fun.
All right, so we're going to New Bern. Let's move past that. All right, potential topics. Passed around a sheet there. I think you can write in Crabtree Creek Nature Park based on the conversation that was just had. So, well, no, I don't think we're going to have TOD ready by the retreat. Remember, we're not going to have that information. That's probably going to be at the earliest of February work session. Because you told me to put it on there. You literally, as a group, told me to put it on there.
I think you're sitting right about there.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
So-
Why do we need to talk about advisory committee?
So-
It seems like a waste of time.
So, okay. So we are doing so one is that you are meeting with the committee. So we want to do a summary of those meetings to hear what you thought of that, to hear what that may change any of your opinions of those committees. And then we are also doing an internal study of the committees so that we, Jeffrey is leading that effort for us so that we can analyze. I think we talk to you a lot about, we have concerns about this committee, we have concerns about that committee, but we don't share what those are very well. So we're going to look at, we're actually tracking the amount of time that staff commits to having those meetings happen. We're tracking how many times they actually meet and how many times they don't have a quorum. We're looking at what they're discussing and what their outcomes are. Because there's a lot of stuff talked about, but I'm not sure that there's outcomes, and we want to look at how those align to their charters as well. So we'd like to bring that all back to you in sort of a package to give you the feedback and give you an opportunity to provide us some feedback on whether you see any need for or opportunity for potential change.
So I know that we had several meetings, but almost every committee meeting that I went to, they all wanted to spend some money. That was the common theme. And
Yeah,
it
I've
wasn't a
heard that
lot of
theme.
money. It was like a few $100s. And so with that analysis, if you could make some recommendations about how would they ask for money and how much money would be appropriate.
Absolutely.
I'd also like to talk about how we can work with those committees more effectively. Like, what are we, are we giving them direction on what we actually want them to do, and how are we incorporating their feedback into what we're doing? Because I think there's a broken process there somewhere.
I don't disagree. I think that there are some committees that are much more effective than others, and there's any variety of reasons for that. Please don't take this as being about the individuals on those committees. This is about the committee functionality. But yeah, I think we absolutely would like to discuss that. Okay?
Yes.
So affordable housing, I think that we expect that we'll have some additional information for you on affordable housing. I think that also ties into the budget discussion of where you're at, what you're potentially ready to do. We should be able to share some information on here's what you could do with X. amount of dollars if you chose to consider that. So that relates to the budget conversation. Obviously, the budget, we want to get started with you on what your priorities are, what your expectations are. We want to talk to you at least a little bit about the reval and start to talk about comfort level and what you might consider in that regard and how we can potentially utilize that, because that will certainly impact how the recommended budget or budgets come to you in terms of what that revenue looks like. And we'll have other topics that we'll talk through related to budget as well. Communications. So I've heard wanting to talk about sort of council communications, council manager communications, our communications department, and things you might like to see differently done there. And we'll talk a little bit in closed session that I can explain something to you that's related to that. And that I don't see that as a long conversation necessarily, but I think there's an opportunity to have some discussion there. Cricket, we want to give you a report back essentially on what has happened in 2023, what opportunities may exist for 2024, what we see with our ACE agreement and with other interested parties, not necessarily for decision making, but at least for information sharing and guidance probably. Economic development, obviously we owe you a follow-up conversation to understand what that's going to look like, what your preferences and priorities are there in terms of whether there's a staff person involved, what the relationship will continue to be with the chamber, who will do what in that relationship, and how that funding model will work. Solid waste. So you have now a placeholder on the 28th for an admin report on solid waste. We've got a little more work we'd like to do before we bring you something back. We want it to be meaningful. So we're suggesting pushing that to the retreat to have a short conversation on where we are, what we found out, what the remaining options are, and how we move forward to make an option available to you to consider a solid waste fee as part of FY25. And again, you all suggested that you would like to follow up on my goals, so happy to have that conversation with you. And then we've added Crabtree Creek Nature Park based on your conversation tonight. Anything missing from that you feel ought to be added?
Fun and games.
Fun and games.
Entertainment.
Fun and games, entertainment, comedy show, got it.
Can we talk about sustainability?
In what context?
What more we can do as a town? Like, look at, review the master sustainability plan, whether we can move up any of those initiatives.
I was going to say, I would think that'd be part of budget, no? Budget conversations?
That would be my preference. I think that, again, we're going to talk in closed session about something about mid-year, but I think that's always done best if it can be as part of, because it's a prioritization question, right, of how much can we afford to and do you want to put there, but I don't want to do those in a vacuum if we can help it. So we can certainly have that conversation during one of the budget work sessions. Not opposed to that at all, and seeing what we can do to help potentially expedite if that's your consensus among you to try to do that. I think we can certainly do that as part of budget if that's okay.
Another thing I was thinking about your real estate or office space needs, how are you managing that?
So I think we can give you an update on that potentially outside of retreat if that's okay. We're going to quickly run out of time with these topics, and some of these are going to have a little meat to them, and I don't want to shortchange anything that we really need to talk about, or we can come to a work session or give you even an admin report on sort of where we are, where we see things going. I mean, because there are needs, particularly if we have opportunities to add staff in some cases that will, and it doesn't mean we have to build anything or lease anything. Some of that may be we begin to look at how do we manage the space we have, particularly in the context of remote work, and giving us some flexibility there. But we can certainly share that information.
I remember like last year how we did the budget with, we spent a lot of time on prioritization of our projects with all the surveys. Well, yeah, prior to being there, and then all the post-it notes when we were there to come to consensus, so I'm hoping, I'm assuming this is gonna be a fairly, lengthy topic.
Oh, I'm sure it will be.
Okay.
And again, remember that I think the majority of the time in that budget discussion last year was really focused upon the CIP review and the update, and so the dots were very helpful with that-ish. But yeah, we'll have a training session this time to get the dots on there.
Training for dots.
Well, perhaps. We had a little misnumbering there, but that's okay. We'll get through it. But yes, I think that, and we can make that budget discussion, what you need it to be. I do think that some of that, again, needs to be capital project based. Crabtree Creek Nature Park falls into that. I think there's a bigger discussion to be had with you in terms of, what these different projects need, what these projects have for funding, how we're using different funding sources, because we are at the point where some of that really starts to cross paths there. If you do this for this project, it has an implication on this other project. And so we want to do a really good job of helping you understand what we know and what we think, so that you can have, eyes wide open when you make your decisions about timing and projects and funding of projects.
Well, then doesn't the Crabtree Creek Nature Park fall under the budget?
Yes, absolutely.
I'd be interested if people would want to perhaps consider dipping our toe in participatory budgeting, which is a way to empower our residents to be more part of the process with just a small dollar amount to start. It's kind of like the committees who are looking to fund certain things that they feel are important to them, broaden that to not just the committees, but to the town. So Greensboro has done it. I think Raleigh is starting it. I've been trying to share some of those articles.
Yeah, that's more, to my knowledge, I think what Greensboro did was every zone or every council member was given a set quota of 100,000 or something, and that you would then prioritize within that particular space what are the big projects and go through the vetting process.
And that was like district-based?
District-based.
So we're kind of different. There's lots of different models.
The district is still there at large, and obviously you can use it anywhere. So it's like bottom line 700,000 just for projects which are local to their districts.
So there's lots of different formats, and so I'm just asking if council would be interested in having staff bring us forward just a brief thing about what it might look like if we were to give it a try. So it might include that. It might include something that's more broad.
Give us like what Greensboro does at Mr. Stock, a detailed drop down on how they work and how effective it was or not effective, because they have implemented this for several years.
Okay.
Pros and cons. It's not lost on me that most cities that do this are large cities, though. They're not small towns. Well, I think large cities do it because they're large and they want to, the money is divvied by district, and it's to spread, some amenities across a larger geographic area.
Like Pittsburgh wants a small port office, so that's one.
We already got one.
It's hidden. But yeah, I hope that it's not just limited to the Greensboro model, though. I think staff could bring what they think might be best, that might work in a smaller town like ours.
I just don't think we have enough unearmarked cash to do that sort of thing. We run pretty lean as it is.
I would hope that that's not a reason that we can't at least look at it, because I think $100,000 would make a big difference to the residents. And it could get something done that they would be interested in.
Then nothing we do is $100,000. Remember the last project, a dog park cost 1.1 million, so.
It might end up being just a short sidewalk segment. So who knows? Okay, so thank you for.
Yeah, we can bring something that I would ask that if you have any thoughts about that to help us frame that, because I think participatory budgeting is this big. And any help you could give us to get it down to here, so we can bring you something that's meaningful for you and what you might want to consider, that would be very helpful to staff. That would cut our work back considerably, in terms of at least having some guidelines or some bumpers there.
Just send you that, or?
Yeah, just send that.
So just thinking loud, it could be as teachers in cycle, or it has to be a constraint within a certain areas. Okay, this is the framework of you can use the money for, so that way it would be much easier, quantifiable, and scored.
I could do little libraries
That would be
all
something.
over the place.
That'd be awesome.
You could.
Spend your money that way.
I could do that for $1,000.
We can come up with $7,000.
So thank you. And in the past, some of our retreats have had an area for just like brainstorming and just general discussion. So that's always nice to have the ability to do that, because there might be something about sustainability that Donna might want to bring up. A direction we haven't gone yet.
Otherwise, you have to wait for the session.
Like kind of like a round table, like what do we call them, projects?
Round table.
Round table, like kind of like a round table, where we just talk about ideas.
Yeah, like anything.
And to that end, maybe if we can get a roundtable update just before the retreat, just know where we're at on things. Not to have a roundtable that we put things in, but to get an update on where the progress has been made over the last year. No, I said the meeting before the retreat, or just an admin update. It's just to,
So, I guess going back to the sustainability thing. So, when we're talking,
please, sorry.
when we're talking about budget, from what I recall, the way we do it is with the surveys, with our dots, we're comparing already defined projects, right?
We've done that before.
So when I brought up that I want to talk about sustainability, it's one of the items. I'm referring to the items that are in the master sustainability plan that were like, she had them laid out, and some of them are far in the future. And my thinking was evaluating some of those and looking at if there were any to bring them up sooner. So if we have, if we're going to talk about sustainability as part of the budget discussions, that would require those items in the master sustainability plan to be called out, itemized in the surveys and whatever, our discussions. You know what I'm trying to say?
I do know what you're trying to say. I don't know that we've done that with sort of the more routine existing budget line items. And so I think that, and the other piece of that, quite honestly, is that that's a discussion that we probably need one or two staff members for. And so depending on the length of that discussion, also trying to minimize the number of staff that we have to take with us wherever we go, because that's taking a weekend from them. And so a lot of these topics are things that you can get from senior management or, a couple of people. Obviously, Mark will be there for capital projects, depending on what we talk about. Michelle may be there, probably will be there for economic development and some of that, or other pieces of this, depending on affordable housing. So we can do that. But I think the discussion we've typically done, open to other suggestions or what you'd like to do, is that, again, last year I think it was primarily focused around CIP. This time we're interested in getting feedback around the reval and what that could potentially look like, and here's what, a penny's, again, a penny's $6.85, so here's what, you might be able to do with a penny. So maybe a little higher level than specifically, can we add $100,000 to sustainability? But I think we can have that conversation. I just don't know if that's the level of the conversation that we at least intend to have at the retreat. But if you give me that direction, and we'll absolutely do that.
So can we have those discussions during our budget work sessions?
Yes.
Not at retreat?
Yes.
but during the budget work sessions
Yes.
that we just talked about.
I feel like it's too late.
Yeah, I
But-
might be wrong, but I feel like I'm in favor of the kind of discussion that I think Donna is proposing, which is looking at the projects that are on the sustainability plan that wouldn't even really, some of them wouldn't even be in a budget conversation because they were proposed as being in the future, 5 years down the road or whatever, and looking at the projects and seeing, like, has anything changed? Is it a good time to move those projects forward? Like, that to me is a different conversation than we would have during a budget cycle where we'd be looking at the projects that are already slated to go this year or next year. You know, like, I mean, it's really the same kind of reprioritization as we did last year for the CapEx projects, but I think calling out sustainability, which I do think is a focus for us anyway, and calling out those projects and just looking at them holistically and saying, is there anything here we want to work on faster than we're currently planning to? And then have that conversation as part of the budget conversation.
Yeah, I agree with that because I feel like once the budget comes to us, a lot of things, it's like already 90% done. And there's not a lot of wiggle room. And so I don't want to necessarily wait until a budget work session to start the conversation at that time.
So for me, I would want to have that conversation around transportation then. I would want to look at, can we accelerate sidewalk projects? That matters to me to make sure that our citizens are able to cross our streets with crosswalks in a safe manner. So,
but isn't that already that's a defined project?
But I'm talking the same thing now. I want to accelerate those projects because I don't think we've prioritized crosswalks. And I think that's a huge problem in this town. And so I want to have that conversation. We can do that with every plan we have, quite frankly. So.
Because we're going to rabbit holes, I think. The broad sense is just the topics here. We're not discussing into the topic.
Well, we were asked what we wanted to talk about at retreat, and I answered the question.
And I've heard you, and we will have sustainability as a topic of discussion.
Yeah,
I would like to have crosswalks then
I've
too,
written down
quite frankly.
transportation as well.
As much as we can, if we can share our values and our interests, which are pedestrian safety, which are accelerating sustainability. And then from that, when we have consensus and support for those, when we support each other on those items, hopefully the town manager and his staff can bring forth a budget that reflects that. I mean, that's the format we're going for. So without necessarily getting into the weeds, I value sustainability, especially more solar panels or something. So not to do all the line items, but to identify one or two things in there that might help him understand what it is you're looking for.
What about town center?
Oh, yeah.
So you will get the rezoning in January if things stay on track. You will see you will also in January get a presentation related to doing amendment to their pre-development agreement to basically fund the remainder of the planning work and the getting it shovel ready. And then because we won't have a solid number for you on the overall cost until probably April-ish as they get some more full design done, and then they can get an independent contractor to give us a construction estimate, which will precede actually going to bid. So that'll give you your first sort of current day look at it. It'll also let us give LGC a real number to associate with the bond use for them to approve the development agreement, which they have to do before you can ultimately sign it. So we can do that at the January meeting. Giselle?
I was just going to add a point of clarification to the sustainability question. One of the things that we did last year through the budget was that we established a set-based budget for sustainability so that we can accomplish the plan that we have until FY26. The plan that was laid out until FY26 was a plan that was laid out based on the capacity that we had based on staffing.
And we established that $200,000 on an annual basis that will be part of our base budget to continue to infuse those dollars into sustainability. So perhaps the evaluation of where those actions are occurring and whether we feel like we would like to swap some actions in order to see some results on some items faster than another is definitely something we can evaluate. At the same time, we also want to consider the capacity of staff at the same time as we consider the actions. So I think it's important to just keep those two pieces of the puzzle in mind, and to also know, I did wanted to remind, to bring that point of clarification that we have already defined a base budget that we have established now at $200,000, where in years prior to that, it was lower than that. So that is helping us move the needle a little farther that we probably have been before.
All right. So the last thing I think I want to ask is just travel time arrangements. So what I would propose is to get as much time as is reasonable. I realize there's people that have work conflicts, so I want to be respectful of that. But if we could leave, early to mid-afternoon on Friday, we could get at least one session in on Friday before we have dinner, perhaps, and do something as a group. And then obviously we can go all day Saturday with breaks. I mean, not straight through. And then on Sunday, can we schedule morning sessions and at least one early afternoon session where we would still leave by like 3 and be back by 5-ish on Sunday?
Not to be a crank, but I would like to have the flexibility to take my own car only because my work schedule often is, I don't have a ton of control over my work schedule. So I would love to be at whatever session we're doing on Friday. Something could conceivably come up. So if, I know that before I feel like we planned like activities on the bus and stuff, but it was hard because people had to take their own cars. And, I don't know, I think it's important to have, I think it's important to have that time, but I don't want to hold the whole group up because you're all waiting for me to take a bus with everybody. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. That's the plan. I mean, we like to take advantage of the couple of hours to, sometimes it's just let y'all talk. Sometimes it's a planned activity. I mean, we've done it different ways. I mean, we could do work in the bus. I don't know that that's everybody's favorite thing, but I mean, we could gear it up to that, to have a conversation to start off.
Mm-hmm.
Not on the bus ride home. People are done at that point. But
I
on the way there,
once we leave Sunday, we're leaving you alone. Okay, well, we'll draft a schedule that will look like we would try to leave maybe early Friday afternoon so that we could be there by maybe 3-ish or something like that, get a session in before dinner, and then we'd have all day Saturday and morning and at least one afternoon session on Sunday.
Okay, so we're trying for New Bern by 3 on the 17th?
19th. 19th of January.
Friday the 19th.
Do we have any feedback on this before?
Sure. And we'll get this into a more well-defined, here's the hour blocks and here's how we're going to do it. We just need a little time to talk through that, but I think we're in good shape right now.
Well, wait, is that MLK weekend? Does that mean that Friday's a holiday?
I think that Monday is a holiday for the town. We would try to leave early afternoon to maybe be there by 3, so we might try to leave by 1 if that can work for people. Why are you going to give me a hard time?
What do you keep complaining about?
1 o'clock school.
You have a month.
I've got what I need, and we still need to do a closed session. So suggest if there's any last comments, please make them, but otherwise we move to a closed session.
As we have no plans for any public business after our closed session, thank you for watching this meeting of the Morrisville Town Council. We hope you plan to join us again. Please feel free to email your town council members at towncouncil@townofmorrisville.org or visit www.morrisvillenc.gov/council for additional contact information. At this time, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. Motion is second. All those in favor of entering closed session, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. It is 10:37. We are now in closed session.